Welcome to the final table of our record-breaking Superstar Challenge, $10,000 buy-in, and we had a record-breaking 72 entries, generating a prize pool of 873 million Korean won. Also, at this final table, we have internationally renowned poker superstar Elke in the mix. Let's get right into the action. Julian Kleiber of Germany out in 9th place. Jeffrey Lowe of Hong Kong eliminated in 8th place. And GG's to Wing Po Liu of Hong Kong eliminated in 7th place. And that's a good game for Bertrand Elke Grospellier of France out in 6th place. And that's a good game for Daniel Hyungin Lee of the US of A out in 5th place. And that's going to be a good game for Abraham Sisvin of Singapore out in 4th. Sailor Tanisorn of Thailand out in 3rd. And we're now down to heads up. Woo Junhao of Singapore versus Kevin Choi of Hong Kong.
Good. Makes the call.
And that's going to be a good game for Kevin Choi of Hong Kong, placing 2nd. And that means that Woo Junhao of Singapore is our champion of the Superstar Challenge. Mr. Woo Junhao, congratulations on winning the Superstar Challenge. You're the superstar, you're the one. Anything you want to say for the friends and family back home?
I mean, towards the bubble, I ran pretty hot. I got in a 4-way all-in and I woke up with kings on a big blind, so the luck factor involved is also very important.
Very humble answer. Well, congratulations again, and we'll see you at more APT, yes? Thank you so much for watching. Smash that follow button, and for more information about the APT, go to apt.poker.
Welcome everyone, I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and I'm here inside the poker room of the lovely Paradise City Casino in the beautiful city of Incheon. And today, I'm going to explain to you why you need to come and stand in this exact spot at the end of the summer. First, you get to come to South Korea. It's an amazing country. You're going to land at the airport and we're like 10 minutes from there. You can almost walk off the plane into the property. We're 40 minutes from downtown Seoul by train. It's truly just one of the loveliest cities in all of Asia. And after the sun sets, the city transforms and you get to discover it all over again. Now the second, and I'm pretty sure I'm contractually obligated to say the most important, is the poker. From August 25th to September 3rd, we're going to be here for 10 days, more than 50 tournaments, more than 10 variations, draw, hold'em, stud, Omaha, if you name it, I'm probably gonna let you play it. Buy-ins from 300,000 all the way for our Superstar Challenge to 13 million. And of course, there is the crown jewel of every Asian Poker Tour festival, the main event. 2.3 million gets you a shot at a 1.3 billion guarantee. That's approximately 1 million US dollars. And you can get a share of that, maybe even the lion's share. Trust me, look at our trophies. If you come and you stand here at the end of August, not exactly here, you have to sit in one of those for like 5 days. But at the end, you could hold a trophy, you could stack up all of this cash, we'll take your picture, it'll be fantastic. Trust me, you really should come. Like, it won't be the same without you. Like, I'll have like one less person in the event. So, come on, let's go.
Man, how are you still holding it? Like, this is spicy.
You find spicy?
Yeah.
I leveled it up. Maybe my immunity is very high to spice.
Josh is just better. This show is not about Ray crying at the end of every video. Oh my God. Hello, welcome to APT Attractions. And this time we're doing hot, no, like for legal reasons we can't use that word. What we're doing is Ray and friends eating some hot wings. Today with me is Josh McCauley from Australia. What's up, man?
Not much, how you doing?
Glad to have you here. Can you take spice?
Yes, definitely, yeah.
We'll see. So we're here in Incheon, South Korea. Have you been here before?
No, first time.
You've heard of Korean fried chicken though, right?
Yeah. So-
Okay, you know what? Before we get to the crazy things, let's have one without sauce first.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, let's
Let's
dig
do
in.
it. Let's do it.
Oh, it's gonna be messy, but okay, in a good way. It's fine.
Good. Delicious.
So, you've been to most of the APT stops recently, but I don't think I know a lot about you. I only know you're from Australia. You're
Correct.
so, but where are you based out of mostly right now?
Mostly out of Bangkok in Thailand. And I was originally born in UK.
Oh,
Yeah, so I was born in UK.
Learn something new.
Yeah, yeah. But we moved when I was 3 years old, so I don't really have any like memories or recollect living in the UK.
Yeah.
And then we went to Sydney, and then to Melbourne, and then to Brisbane. Brisbane and Sunshine Coast. Well, that was mostly where I grew up as a teenager and a kid. Yeah.
I see. Actually, like, so I did a little research on you. I looked you up on Hand Them Up. You guys can do the same. You have a massive amount of online winnings. You're really a more online player yourself?
Yeah, predominantly online, but this year I've been like branching out to play live poker as well. And I've got a few like, results the previous years, but mostly was online.
Remember, this is not the other show. This is Ray and friends eating hot wings. So we prepare some sauce. Actually, the first one's kind of interesting because I don't think this is even spicy. This is a gochujang. Gochujang is what you would see in like what they call a bibimbap. But anyway, let's go for it. I mean, even if it's not spicy.
Let's do it, may as well, right?
Okay, give you a little bit. Give myself a little bit also. All right, let's go at it.
Dig in.
Let's dig in.
Butter it up.
It's even a little sweet.
Yeah. That was my first impression, a bit sweet.
It's not bad though.
Not bad. Definitely not spicy though.
No.
Not at all.
You know what? Let's try to get to something that may be spicy. Let's try the next one too. This one, yeah, I throw away the packaging, but also does not look spicy, huh?
My first impression was it looked like a Hershey's chocolate sauce from the packaging, but
Yours to get a whiff.
I think
It's
that's
not.
really-
It's not chocolate sauce.
Yeah, definitely. I hope not.
But it does look like
It does look like
chocolate sauce.
similar. I think we got to butter it up a bit more.
Yeah, let's
Lather it up.
Let's do that.
It's got an interesting taste.
Yeah. Still more barbecue-y than anything, honestly, to me. Okay, so Josh, how long have you been playing poker?
Yeah, I first started in the end of 2014.
Okay, wait, so about 8-9 years.
Yeah, about 8-9 years. And I was sort of, at university, working 2 jobs and trying to play a bit of poker on the side.
Like a third job.
Not for a job, just for fun. For poker, was just
Okay.
for fun. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's ready to go.
Yeah, yeah. And then a few years passed, didn't do uni, quit uni, and I was starting, actually poker, it's quite an interesting game. I was starting to do well. I kept playing more and more and more. And basically, yeah, by about 2017, I decided to turn professional.
So I assume you start really low stakes?
Yes, correct, yeah. So I basically started at depositing $10 and then trying to play,
$10
once-
is, yeah, very small.
very small. It's the minimum deposit. You can't go any lower. So I was playing, 1 cent, 2 cent cash games, or play, a 10 cent sit and go, maybe a 50 cent sit and go, $1 sit and go. Then you look, oh, there's a tournament, 50-cent tournament. I'll try that one. And that's sort of how, you sort of $10 deposit, lose. All right, next time, $10 deposit, lose. Then $10 deposit, ooh, maybe after a week or two you win $30. And then you start building from there.
Wow, man, fascinating. So you know what? Let's go for the big boss. So this one comes with the fried chicken. This says red spicy seasoning. Let's do that. And before we get to the big boss.
Yes.
How about that? Okay, let's
do that,
Let's
yeah.
do this first. This
Crack
seems
it
like
open.
Powder. Oh, it is powder.
It is powder, yeah.
Get some on your plate. Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, I like the color.
Okay, enjoy. Still not spicy.
Oh, you didn't really take your heat, huh? This is okay. Man, this show is a bust. I mean, Jaws is too good. I don't want to be racist, but I kind of feel like I need to step up.
You definitely need to step up. You can't let me win.
Damn. Come on. This one needs to be good. But anyway, so, well, I really, like, this is something I'd really like to ask my guests. Because you have success in online poker, right? Because it's rare to be successful in online poker. You know, I know people who are good at online poker, they just stick to online poker. They stay home and play a lot. But here you are. I've been seeing you coming to APT since a couple of years ago. And this year, you hardly miss any of our stops.
Yeah.
So why?
I think there's like a few things that pop to mind. One, I think it's the welcoming staff, you know, the venue choice. Everyone is very lively. Everything's just really nice. You just feel comfortable. You know, everything's just structured well. And then you can go into the other aspects like the buy-ins are fantastic. You have like ranging from high to low, and you have the structure, you know, numerous tournaments a day. So basically, you can just keep playing. If you bust one tournament, you go to the next one, and then you go to the next one.
Like that is the strong point of APT, isn't it? Like where the schedule is packed to the...
Yeah, it's jam-packed, and you know, it's sometimes disappointing if there's only one event per day, because what else are you going to do that day, you know? Especially if, let's say, you bust the tournament in the late afternoon, there's not much rest of the day to do, but you can basically jump into the next event. It's just event after event after event, 4 or 5 tournaments a day. Like, that's fantastic. Even in Da Nang, I won 2 tournaments.
Yeah,
so it was back-to-back days. I won the Superstar, and then I won the Bounty event. So, and they were both the
Bounty high roller.
Bounty high roller.
You seem to be making a lot of good decisions. Me, on the other hand, whenever I do these videos, I always do something I end up regretting later. Let's see if we regret this. So this is, have you seen this?
No, not before. Not until
Unfortunately,
today.
I have seen this, so I kind of have an idea. Let's go.
You know, as well.
Okay. Yeah, because it's not like I'm gonna like bring this bottle back to Hong Kong.
Now that one looks spicy.
Yeah. Actually, I realized, like, because I know this one's spicy, right? You can't really judge from color. I mean, this one almost looks like cranberry sauce.
That's true. But I just have a feeling this one, for my spidey senses.
Your spidey senses,
yeah,
eh?
it looks a little bit more spicy.
Okay, let's go.
Let's do it.
Lather it up.
Yes.
And then regret later.
I do like the taste.
Oh. Man, how are you still holding up? Like, this is spicy.
You find spicy?
Yeah.
I'll level it up. Maybe my immunity is very high for spice.
Josh is just better. This show is not about Ray crying at the end of every video. Damn.
I think your audience enjoys that though. Give the people what they want.
Oh my god. I can't tell if like these are sweat or tears.
I think it's a mixture. Sweaty tears. I really like this one.
Me too, but at the same time, it kind of hurts. Love hurts. Jeez. I enjoy that. I'm sweating, I'm crying, but I enjoy
Enjoys the pain.
Oh my god.
I think now it's
Now it's hitting you?
mildly.
Aww. Well, anyway, glad you have fun. I sure have fun. I mean, tears of fun.
Yeah.
Which is just fist
Okay,
bump.
sounds good.
Well, thank you, Josh,
Thank
for
you, Ray.
coming, and good luck.
Thank you.
Here in APT Incheon.
Thank you, bro. Cheers. See you guys.
It's day 2 of APT Incheon, and we just reached the final table of our kickoff event. Let's see what happens. Taniguchi all in for his tournament life with 10-9 offsuit versus Piao Guangguo's Jack 8. River is a 7. That's going to be a good game for Taniguchi Takashi of Japan. Piao still behind with 9 high. Needs a 9 or a 5 on this river to stay alive, and it's not going to be there, so that's going to be a good game for Piao Guangguo of China, eliminated in 8th place. Hua Xuefeng of China finds himself with some kicker problems, eliminated here in 7th place. king 6 offsuit against 9-8 suited as he gets outflopped 9 on the board plus a flush draw, and he's not going to improve, and that's going to be a good game for Shin Jung Hwang of Australia, placing 6th. 4-1 favorite to double up here. Just needs to fade a 10. Just needs to fade a jack. Oh my goodness, wow. Made straight for the pocket 10s, cracking the jacks. And that's going to be a good game for Zhao Zhangxin of China, placing 5th. What a bad beat. Needs to find a 5 or a 4 on this river to stay alive. And it's not going to come. And Ho Shen Siu of Taiwan eliminated in 4th place. Seiki Koichi all in for his tournament live with the jack 6 suited versus 9s. Needs to find a jack. Is not going to find it. And that's going to be a good game for Seiki Koichi of Japan, eliminated in 3rd place. Which means we're now down to heads up Jung Hong-ru of China versus Kimura Shogo of Japan. Kimura all in for his tournament life with 10-9 offsuit against pocket 4s, flipping for his tournament life once again as flop comes. 4 on the flop. Gets outflopped, drawing dead, and that's going to be a good game for Kimura Shogo of Japan, placing 2nd in kickoff event, and of course placing 1st Jung Hong-ru of China.
It feels pretty good, and joining the APT event for the first time.
So first APT, first event, first place, amazing, congratulations. Thanks so much for watching. Hit that follow button, and for more information about APT Incheon, please go to apt.poker. Excuse me, sir. Explain to me like I'm 5. How do I play Big O? I want to learn. I don't know how to play it.
I don't want to give away too much strategy, but always have an ace in your hand.
Deuce to 7 all in.
I'm very confused how to play Big O. One guy says have an ace in your hand. One guy says 7 deuce all in. Let's see if someone else knows how to play Big O. You have to make a high hand and a low hand.
Yeah. Sometimes high hand, low hand, different people split the pot.
It's a split pot game. The best high hand wins half the pot. The best low hand wins half the pot.
Yeah.
I got that. Cool. Cool.
Ah, cool.
You get 5 cards. You can only use 2 in your hand, and you use 3 on the board. You want to make your best high hand and your best low hand. And if you don't know, trust me, the other players will help.
It's a community here. We're not just here to take your money.
You don't think the other players would help him to be a better Big O player?
You think they would just exploit you for your money?
No, mixed game players aren't like
here.
that. Mixed game players are the best players out there.
You get the high hands, you don't want to play them that much, so be careful with the high hands. Never leave home without an ace. Play low cards, do your best, forget the rest.
You get 5 cards, and you've got to use 2. Same as Hold'em, you get a flop. Highest hand gets half the pot, lowest hand gets half the pot. But the lowest hand's got to be lower than an 8.
That was the most concise and simple explanation I've heard of Big O today. Thanks, bro. I want to play Big O.
Go for it. It's right there.
You actually have 4 or 5?
6 on the flush.
Oh my goodness. I think I'm dead. I'm dead, right? It's over.
I don't think about what you have.
That was awesome. That was really great. It's not about winning the game. It's about like learning how to play. It's a pay to learn game. That's what poker is. Wow, that was fun learning about Big O. Lots of interesting tips and rules and things. But if you want to try something new, or if you're tired of Hold'em, come on in, join the fun at APT. We've got lots of mixed games. We're known for our mixed games, and we've got a fun one every single day. If you want to learn more, please go to apt.poker. Elfie, do you know what day it is today?
I think it's Mystery Bounty Hunter.
That's right. Why is it a mystery?
Where is the mystery bounty?
That's right. Where's that 20 million won mystery bounty? We don't know. We're gonna find out. Let's go bounty hunting.
It's a 5. Come on, 2 or 1. Okay.
After plenty of bust outs and plenty of bounties pulled, we're now down to our final 2 players. Okamoto Shina of Japan versus Sang Siu-hang of Hong Kong. And Shina Okamoto all in for turn line with ace-jack versus queen. Seems to find ace. Hits a jack. Needs to find a queen or an ace. And that's going to be it. That's going to be a good game for Shina Okamoto, placing second in the Mystery Bounty Hunter event. And a big congratulations to Dicky of Hong Kong. You just won the Mystery Bounty. How are you feeling, man?
I feel very amazing because when the heads-up stage, I am about 9 to 1 chip, so I think pretty lucky.
Congratulations to Dicky for winning the Mystery Bounty and of course also winning one of the big prizes. Go ahead, Dicky. Let's see what we got here. Guaranteed 7-0. We've got 10 million Korean won. Dicky, what are you gonna do with this money?
Pay more high roller.
Gee, Elfin, I'm sure glad we solved that mystery, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure you hit that follow button. And to learn more about the APT, go to apt.poker. Pew, 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 pew.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
A very warm welcome coming to you live here from Incheon in South Korea. We are bringing you the Asian Poker Tour meets Natural 8 Hong Kong final table today as we kick off what has been one of our fun event coverages. We covered the Taiwan event yesterday and here we are bringing to you the Natural 8 Hong Kong final table. Let me set the stage. My name is Vidar Singhal as always and here I am setting the stage for what has been an incredible event online. First, 139 entries, 1,200 Hong Kong dollars was the buy-in. That's about 150 US dollars. 6 finalists have locked up main event tickets to the Asian Poker Tour Incheon main event. That's worth $1,700 or so. Of course, we also paid for their travel expenses to South Korea so that they can be here with us and play the final table live. There's about $3,000 in Natural 8 tournament credits on offer for the final table finishers. But of course, as they say, they're all winners already. They have locked up the main, but you would be surprised with the passion and the ferocity with which other final tablists have been fighting, not just for the remaining tournament prizes, but of course, that APT Lion Trophy that goes to the winner. And by the way, we have Andy as one of the 6 finalists who was on the Superstar Challenge. That's a $10,000 buy-in, by the way, final table as well. So we know that somebody is coming in with a lot of experience, but we also have 5 other incredible final tablists to introduce to you. Of course, we will be covering the next version of this event, the Thai Natural 8 APT Incheon event later on in the day as we cut to Greg.
Live stream. Are you excited, Venice?
Yes, I am.
So excited, and you should be excited too, because we had over 150 entries for the Natural 8 Hong Kong online live event on Natural 8, our very generous sponsor. And we're down to our final table, but they're not playing online. They're playing right here on this table. Isn't that right?
Yes, it is.
Isn't Venice doing great? And so let's waste no time and let's meet our players right away. So in seat 6, my friends, with 105,000 in chips, please give it up for Wong Kin Tung. Wong Kin Tung from Hong Kong. They're all from Hong Kong. Xianggang is how you say it in Mandarin. Here he comes now, sporting the Natural 8 hoodie with the Natural 8 patch on top as well. Black hoodie, black hat, very coordinated. Love to see it. In seat 6, it's Wong Kin Tung. And next, we've got in seat 5, very regular here at the APT. Please give it up for Kong Feng. Now, Kong Feng here is coming in with 140,000 in chips. Very respectable. 1 out of the 6 remaining players. 150 entries. Isn't that amazing? 150 entries, all of them coming here all the way to Incheon. And they're already all winners because also they all get main event tickets as well. But someone's got to get the trophy, right? Am I right? Everybody likes the glory. Everybody likes to see a winner. But Kong Feng is not here right now, so I think we're going to go to seat 4. We're going to seat 4. Okay, let's go to seat 4 in 145,000 in chips. It's Liu Wing Po. Liu Wing Po is no stranger here to APT. I've seen him everywhere. I feel like he's following me. I saw him first in Taiwan and I was like, is that Ethan Yao? No, it's Liu Wing Po. And then went to Vegas and he was there too. This man travels all over the world to play poker. In fact, he was in our Superstar Challenge. He's no stranger to this RFID table, coming in with a Natural 8 shirt. And the shirt says, Shishi till die. Shisha? Shisha till die. All right, the man enjoys some shisha and he wants everyone to know it. So we got next up in seat 3, 210,000 in chips. It's Si Hing Lun, a.k.a. Brian. Brian said hi to me earlier before this, and it was so nice talking to Brian. Now mixing up the attire here, he's coming in with a red hoodie with a Natural 8 patch. And fun fact, he only ever has played online. This is his first live poker tournament. He told me he's a little bit nervous, but no need to be nervous. He's already final 6. It's amazing. Let's go to seat 2, my friends. In seat 2, 280,000 in chips. It's Chan Zi Him. Here he comes now. Love it. Love to see it. Black Natural 8 hoodie with the Natural 8 patch. It's almost like this was sponsored by Natural 8. Almost. Just almost. Thank you again to our very generous sponsors, Natural 8. Growing the game of poker in Asia. Hey, if you don't have a Natural 8 account yet, you should. You should sign on up. But let's waste no time in introducing our chip leader in seat 1. 525,000 in chips. 500,000 in chips. It's Wai Kin Lam. Welcome, welcome, Wai Kin Lam. Coming in with the glasses, the sunglasses. Mystery behind those shades. Love to see it. Dominating this table right now with 500,000 in chips. So folks, please give it up for your Natural 8 final table. But before we get more into that, as they are all here right now, Let's take some photos, shall we? Because they're not going to all be here on this table for long. So let's take some photos. I'll introduce my lovely photographer at APT, Mr. Long, to snap some shots. And just look at them, all of them, ready to. The face that launched 1,000 chips, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be action heavy. It's going to be a great time. So average stack right now, 234,000 in chips. Lots of play to be had. Blinds are going to be 2,000, 5,000 when we get in. So it looks like average stack is about, we're pretty deep. It's 47 big blinds coming to this final table. So lots of play to be had, lots of post-flop action to be had. But, of course, the blinds, just like death and taxes, you can always count on blinds also always going up. That's anything that's certain in life. Death and taxes and the blinds going up. I'm snapping more photos for the gram, snapping more photos for our Facebook profiles and everything like that. So it's great value that we bring to our players. And now, lastly, I'd like to introduce our dealers here. Venice, would you please come by? And thank you so much, Venice. Venice, you are wearing the cultural hanbok. So something that we like, oh, thank you so much. That was very lovely. Something we like to do at the APT is kind of reflect the culture of the country that we're in the attire of our live stream dealers. So for example, here we're wearing the hanbok in Korea. When we were in Vietnam, we wore the ao yai. And in Taiwan, we wore the chi paos. Yeah. How does it feel, the hanbok?
A bit hot, but it looks so grand and it's cool.
Yes. Is it comfortable?
Yeah, it is, but a bit hot.
A bit hot, but definitely worth it. You look absolutely stunning. Venice, one of our star dealers here at the APT. Thank you so much, Venice. I'll let you get ready here. But folks, again, this is your Natural 8 final table. It's going to be a great time. Tune in, hit that like button, and back to you, Stephen Lai and Bitter Single in the commentary booth.
Thank you so much, Greg. Doing a killer job as always, letting the table know what they are to expect, and of course introducing us to all these lovely final tablists. Did mention seat number 5, Andy Lou. It's also what he goes by. A final tablists on the $10,000 Superstar Challenge here at the APT Incheon. I'm sure the rest of the table has taken note. Andy is going to be one of the players to look out for. He is 4th in chips at the moment. Of course, the man of the hour. 525,000 in chips.
Can you hear me?
Kin Lam. Of course, everybody from Hong Kong. 1,200 Hong Kong dollars was the buy-in, just as a reminder. That's 150 US. 139 entries total in this event. 6 final tablists, all of them on your screen, having locked up a $1,725 main event ticket. And take a look. Some of them have played Flight 1A of the main event. Some of them played online as well. Some of them played Flight 1B. And some of them yet to play Flights 1C and 1D with 30-minute levels yet to be played today. Looking like an amazing main event is about to occur. We will, of course, be bringing you day 2 coverage starting tomorrow. And some cash to play for, perhaps a bit of a bonus, as you can call it, on top of winning the main event ticket, as we just mentioned, on top of the travel expenses. A total of $3,000 in prize pool for this final table. Everybody locked up $150 at the minimum for 6th place, followed by $250, $350, $500 for 3rd, $750 for 2nd, and of course $1,000 for 1st place at this final table. But perhaps more importantly, that APT Lion Trophy. We had the Taiwan version of this event yesterday, followed by the Influencer Challenge. You will not believe how hard these players fought. One of the longest final tables, in fact, was the Influencer Challenge. Angel and Kirk going at it. And Kirk, when he won that APT Lion Trophy,
What do you mean?
let's just say he showed a good time, giving it a few kisses. You could see that it meant a lot. I suspect it's the same for some of these players, including,
Okay.
I believe, as Greg mentioned, some of them playing live for the first time ever. How incredible is that? As somebody in his 30s, I cannot relate to somebody who has never played live poker. I was from the generation who started off playing live, but I know, especially ever since the pandemic, a whole new crop of players for whom poker means clicking buttons online. And they come down here to the amazing Paradise City Casino in Incheon, South Korea. Come to our feature table, play the Natural 8 Hong Kong final table under the lights. Pretty cool. And we're off. Let's kick off with our first hand. By the way, taking a look at the stacks. Already mentioned the chip leader has 525,000, an absolutely monster stack. The shortest stack, the player getting busy, goes by Joe, by the way. That's Kinton Wong on your screen with the ace-9 off. At about 20 bigs, raising it up to 12k, and runs into the ace-king off the chip leader, who very smartly just puts it all in there, looking like he's trying to muscle out the shortest stack. Joe Wong with the ace-9 off. A very reasonable raise on the button, but gets the bad news immediately. I have a feeling Joe might want to fold here. Poker theory be damned, he just got to the final table, made his way to South Korea. Busting on the first hand cannot feel too good. Joe shows the ace, by the way, as he folds. I suspect why. Considered showing an ace as well, but decides to maintain his image. He wants players to think he might be getting out of line. Over 100 bigs now for the chip leader. By the way, Greg did introduce us to our lovely dealer, Venice, wearing the hanbok, as he mentioned, the Korean traditional garment. Perhaps appropriately, from Hong Kong, and actually started her dealing career at HKPPA. Stephen Lai, usually my partner in crime, currently covering the Hong Kong stream, of course in Cantonese, for this event. That's, I believe, his home club. So he's very familiar with this dealer. We see the stacks, by the way. Chan, second in chips. The chip leader has the second in chips covered twice over. Good place to be. Very warm welcome to everybody in chat, everybody watching. Thank you for joining the English stream today for this Natural 8 Hong Kong event. Gonna have a fun time here. Some familiar names popping up already. Those of you in the chat, do not forget, we have our activities and contests going on in chat as always. Currently, it's time for Guess the Winner. The form is pinned to the top of chat. Pretty simple, you guess the winner of this event. It's free money, it's a free roll. If you guess correctly, you get entered into a flip out. 688 natural $8 up for grabs in the flip out.
Yes. Every hand like this. Now show 25,000. After scanning, you can pick this up again.
Okay.
See for folds.
Queens.
40,000.
Re-raise to 40,000.
Under the gun open. Extremely out of line. Joe Wong. Raising to 10k with queen 5 off. Running into the pocket queens.
Suited folds.
Sit down. Very surprising open there by Joe Wong. Bottom in chips. We do have the big blind ante in play. Blinds are 2,000, 5,000 with a 5,000 big blind ante. I've said this a lot. The big blind and big blind ante combo, when it's coming towards you and you're under the gun and you know it's coming in the next hand, people get pretty out of line.
好多嘢做喎，尷尬要每晚拎5000，當我服務費。
5,000 to call. Suited folds.
Please.
So 3 raise to 10,000.
The next one. Leader raising it up. Ace 5 off. Late position.
Suit 4 folds. Suit 5 folds. C6 calls. Heads up.
Blue defending pretty wide in the small blind. 10-8 off. The flop is a great one for the chip leader. Actually goes check, check. Ace 10, 3. Now a 4. Pretty much a brick. Top pair for Y. Middle pair for Lou. Goes by Andy, by the way. Wing pole Lou.
14,000.
So Y. With the delayed continuation bet, 14,000.
Call.
Andy surely has to call. You defend 8-10 off. Then you catch a 10. You're committed for the moment. Cannot improve on the river. Y has the ace of spades as well. Could feel comfortable going for the second street of value.
Check, check.
Is the out now chip leader. Checks behind.
10.
One thing I have noticed,
Ace 5.
thin value is not the name of the game, especially early on in these final tables. Lots of psychological elements at play. Come all the way down. Do not want to get unlucky, too out of line early on.
Thank you.
好慘㗎，你幫佢拎埋，我呢個位又查，好慘喎！我有冇份偷？點算咧？
我一啲都唔慘喎，我一埋台就已經俾啦。我打過2 round，係咁轉台，全部都要俾大晚。
5,000 to call. So 3 calls.
Fold.
Fold. Suit 5 raise to 10,000.
Given the nature of this table, it's only fair I take a look at the online screen names of some of these players. I mentioned Joe Wong. He's Jokes too.
Suit 8.
Okay, fair enough.
To 25,000.
I see Kaza-chan. Oh, Kaza-chan, of course. It's Chan.
25.
Nothing too out of line. Chinatown with 2 ends. The player with Queen 10 off goes by Brian, of course. Heng Lun. Brian getting 3-bet by Joe Wong. Joe with the shortest stack, turning 9-5 off into a 3-bet bluff from the small blind and getting it through. My oh my. What kind of a plan has Joe Wong come in with here? By far the most active player on this table, despite having the shortest stack. Of course, these guys have qualified for this final table online for a $150 buy-in tournament. $150 US buy-in, I should say. Hong Kong 1200. They're very likely to be very accomplished online players. Some of them do have a smattering of cashes here and there, but of course, Andy Liu, player on the right-hand side of your screen, we did see him. Final table, the $10,000 Superstar Challenge. Very accomplished live results as well. Thanks to the final table at the Superstar Challenge, good for about $40,000 US. Or 32, I should say, to be more precise. His total live earnings exceeded $400,000. He's raising it up with 10-5 suited in the cutoff. Gets called by both blinds. Joe, once again, Joe Wong. Fearless, King 6 defense in the small blind and flops top pair. Not easy to do with a pair of 6s, but on the board of 6-4-4, it's going to feel pretty comfortable. And surprisingly, Andy Liu does not bluff at it. The board as dry as it gets. He just has a 6th sense, I suppose. Did not want to bluff multi-way, and Joe Wong seems to be a bit cautious. Both players probably expecting the chip leader to get frisky, and there we go. Queen Jack of Diamonds, 2 overs, no draws to speak of, no problems.
Call. What's up?
Understandably, Joe continues with his pair of 6s. 13 big blinds in the stack of Joe, about 13 big blinds in the pot. And the chip leader Y has Queen High. Is the bluff coming to put Joe to the test for all of it? With Joe calling the turn, Y should know that plenty of draws could be in the range of Joe 8-7, 7-5. He bets small though. Does not put Joe to the test for all of it. Perhaps an easy call now, considering it's only for a third of his remaining stack, and gets the good news. So there we go. The friskiness of Joe Wong, pretty much from hand number 1. Punished when he actually had a decent holding in the form of ace-9, and the chip leader woke up with ace-king, but now actually rewarded. I'm super excited to see what these players have in store for us. Whether they're as passionate as the Taiwanese crew to try and win it all. Never know how much a live score means to someone, but Certainly a trophy permanently on the mantelpiece. It's often what they're looking for.
Seat 8 raised to 12,000. C3 fold. C4 fold.
Jack queen off. Opens it up from the button. Fair enough. Gets it through. Now, what is Joe's BPIP here? I mean, probably approaching 80%. He's just been in every pot. Has managed to work his way up to actually 4th in chips now. 20 big blind is the minimum stack. That's actually Andy.
Oh, okay, okay. $5,000 to call. Oh.
Please.
C3 raised to 10,000.
Ten nine suited on the button. And the chip lead. The combination of those two means he's definitely opening. And what is this? Shan has had enough. Jack 7 off, grabbing chips. He is 2nd in chips, has position on the chip leader, but for some reason when he's out of position, decides to fight back. Three bets, and 3 bets small, by the way.
C3 calls.
Actually, Click raises it. Why? Open to 12,000, is it? Open to 10,000 rather, sorry. Chan made it 22,000 to go. And look at this flop. Queen, 3, 9, 2 clubs. Y has a pair and a flush draw. Has absolutely smashed the board. And the Jack 7 from the small blind. Absolutely whiffed. I mean, there's some thumb rules in poker.
C4 bet.
Not being too frisky from the small blind is one of them.
1,000.
Not playing Jack 7 off might effectively be one of them. And when you're 2nd in chips, not battling with the one person who has you covered is another one of them. And by the way, certainly not doing so when you're out of position. The one time in the orbit is probably another. All those rules have been broken here. Chan absolutely going for it. Follows up with a hefty continuation bet of 27,000. The board is wet. His sizing is pretty appropriate if he's trying to represent overpairs. Y is of course not going anywhere. The question is, does he want to apply max pressure?
All in. C3 one's all in.
Indeed he does. This hand is over. I think Chan should be grateful. Things could have gotten worse. As we hear a chant for Lou in chat, that's of course Wingpo Lou or Andy. Chan, gonna Hollywood a little bit. Understandable. Let it go, buddy. On to the next one. I always appreciate aggression. I always appreciate gumption, and I certainly appreciate the cojones, as they say, to tassel with the chip leader in that spot out of position, but the flop certainly did not oblige. The rich get richer. 583,000 now for Y. Chan is now down to 3rd in chips.
Do a change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
係。搞好冷漠啊！好冷漠啊！咩啊？一啲冷。
King 10 off. No surprise to see Joe Wong opening King 10 off from the gun. He has been by far the most active player on this table. Chan now has King Jack off. Clearly a little bit frustrated. Andy, King 8 off in the big blind. Currently the shortest stack. Is he considering defending this? Indeed. A king would be disastrous for everyone but Chan. 3 of them out there though. No case king, but top pair for Joe Wong. Domination rotation, as we like to call it, was dominated pre-flop by the King Jack. Now the story is the opposite. His opponent's essentially drawing dead to a jack or some running diamonds. And comfortably bet this multi-way. Top pair, second best kicker. Does Chan want to get sticky? He has the blinds to be able to afford it. Thankfully, lets this one go. Would have been drawing pretty thin. Lou has the easy fold. Well, if this is going to be the story of the day, Joe Wong just playing every hand. Should be an entertaining one. I believe he 3-bet 9-5 off. I think he opens any card with paint in it from any position. I am looking forward to seeing this man mix it up. Does have a few $1,000 USD in live earnings. Certainly not completely inexperienced live by any means. But clearly splashes it up online. Aces now for Chan. I mentioned he might be getting a tad frustrated. Tried that Jack 7 off, 3-bet from the blinds. Tried to peel with the King Jack off in the last hand. Now taking a close look at the blind level. Taking a few looks, in fact. Raises it up. The blue chips, by the way, 5,000 apiece. The yellow chips, 1,000 apiece. 12,000 is the open. 8 deuce off for Andy. Oh no, no action. We do have a dead big blind on this hand. That's Kong in seat 5. Currently MIA. Blinding down.
呢個有冇10？應該有10。我想費事掂佢啲馬。
有12萬，11萬幾應該，我有12萬。嗰個應該係 Milky 嚟㗎。邊個嚟？Nickname。
Five raise 10,000.
So we have Brian, ace-5 off, late position, opening it up.
6-6 call.
Screen name once again is Chinatown with 2 N's. I don't know why I find that funny. Perhaps the most interesting screen name is the man missing in action. Kong. Milk Dragon. Okay. Love the creativity. Andy with the Jack-9 of spades. Calls on the button. And now Joe Wong doing what I think I can safely say Joe Wong is known to do already. His reputation starting to precede him. 3-betting with the 10-9 off. Who taught this man how to play poker? Tom Dwan from 2008? Any hand from anywhere. All kinds of aggression. Takes the squeeze spot. A squeeze, of course, meaning somebody opened, ideally late position, so their range is a little bit wide. Somebody called behind. And you know that they might not be able to withstand the pressure. If Brian wants to continue in this hand, wow.
6-5 all in. 6-6 call.
I was just about to say, it's better to continue with aggression. Perhaps a 4-bet. Brian just decides, here's all of it. As though he can see Joe's cards. What a move and what a table we have going on here. Are we sure we're looking at the right table? These are some elite plays.
你都好啊，有 pay 啊，叫做我啱啱打已經冇 pay，全部 full 晒。唔緊要，明年嘅贏翻。
I'm still in shock. Ace-5 open, late position. 10-9 off, decided to squeeze from the blinds. And Brian had just seen enough. He'd watched Joe Wong be involved in every hand. Takes Ace-5 off, turns it into a 4-bet bluff jam, and gets it through. Holy smokes, we have a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
6-6 rate 10,000.
Queen 8 v Queen 5 here. Queen 5 flops best. Joe has never met a hand he does not like to get involved with. Actually flops middle pair. Andy continuation bets. Joe is certainly not going anywhere. Ten of clubs hits the turn. Very, very interesting card. The perfect backdoor card gives the backdoor flush draw and backdoor straight draw gut shot to Andy. A perfect card to double barrel if he can find it within himself. 9 big blinds in his stack. 11 big blinds in the pot. I suspect committing to this might just work. That's exactly what he does. Certainly a jack. Maybe a hand like ace-10. And overpairs would play this way. But Joe might be thinking that 2 overs might play this way as well. The king-queens, ace-queens, ace-kings of the world might feel committed. Wong does not have the best hand to call off from a theory perspective. He blocks a queen. A queen would make up a lot of the draws as it happens. And he does have a queen and the draws. Does have a club as well, making a pair and flush draw less likely in the hands of his opponent. But does he care about all that, or does he just feel that he might be ahead? He certainly suspects he might be. He makes the call. Incredible call. What in the world are we seeing? Joe Wong is just involved and having the best decisions in so many pots. Once in a while getting punished for it, but as it stands here, he's a 2-1 favorite to eliminate Andy. And there it is, the 7 of hearts. Gets it done. We lose perhaps the most accomplished player in the live arena, at least on this table. I should point out, Andy had 1 big blind behind. Oh, never mind. We do not lose Andy yet because he's folded with 1 big blind behind. Oof. That's not a chart you'll see every day. 573,000 is the largest stack. 5,000 is the shortest. Abhishek Gautam in chat asks, how much time remaining for guess the winner? Abhishek, good question. I see what you're doing. You want people to be eliminated before you guess the winner. Well, good news for you. We have about an hour left. Set your alarm if you're trying to time it. Personally, okay, Andy's down to 1 big blind. Maybe you won't be guessing Andy. We all love rooting for underdogs, but that might be stretching it. But personally, I like, you know, keeping it a bit fair, guessing early on. At least you get to take a lot of credit for having a good sense of who comes in and closes. I'll tell you what, nobody could have guessed the winner in the Influencer Challenge yesterday. Kirk coming in with the shortest stack, grinding his way to the top, getting it done. Joe Wong, by the way. What a force he's become on this table. Also coming in as the shortest stack. Now up to 46 big blinds with that incredible call he made with the 5. Of course, opening it up with 9-6 off. Big lick, as they call it, on the button. Getting 3-bet by the chip leader. Pocket 9's a fair 3-bet. And look at this, Chan wakes up with ace-king in the big blind. He might think he has too much of a stack to go all in with. Should be 4-betting this. It's going to look mighty strong. A cold 4-bet from the big blind. The sizing again goes pretty small. You can certainly go small with 4-bet sizings. As I said, it looks very strong, very polarized. Have to be a bit careful about giving your opponent the right odds to continue. In this case, about 140,000 in the stack for Chan. Certainly 35,000 does not represent the right odds to try and hit a set with the pocket 9s. Why has to be worried about a pocket pair bigger than 9s. The cold 4-bet so strong, and look at this, takes it down. A great result for Chan.
交錯啊，留翻條。
Does not need to go to a flop.
你啊，不如玩呢鋪啊，你唔好玩呢鋪住
Would have been flipping.
咁樣你個 live 又少一個人，好悶喎。咁樣。
你開顯我秒接啊，大佬！
我就係我大盲，咁一陣間我應該係 anti 定係大盲
？anti 行先，應該 anti 行先。
哇，咁我好蝕喎，係嘛？
係。
咁我要呢鋪㗎咯，係嘛？呢鋪可以贏。
係你自己定 anti 行先一定係
大個仔啦。
大個仔啦，佢都大個仔，不如借俾我啦，好唔好
？Enjoy。
好唔 enjoy 啊！而家。
I will pass the clock. Excuse me. Pass the time. You count the chip count. Yeah, the clock is running. Thank you.
116.
This is mine.
Thank you.
116.
切卡咪冇理由喺度消我時間㗎嘛，係咪先？而家燒到下個，
等我爆咗
燒4分鐘咁，咪燒我4。
我都要 check count 我有幾多啊？呢個係幾多？
佢連個大盲都俾唔到啊，大佬。
係算啦，爆牌過去打
One big blind. Randy, talk about a chip and a chair.
喂，點解你 pair 翻去你最尾嗰5000要打啫？你俾我 show 單唔得，你 show 下俾大家睇啊嘛。見到啦。
冇出嚟啱啱冇車落去啊，已經 four bet 啦，好冇？
冇衰啊 ，pair 5都唔俾我開牌。
With Gong and Seat 5 missing in action.
點解你 turn 唔直接打我5000算啊？唉，對大家一齊開牌捱下有啲娛樂性啊嘛，一直咁點解你唔打
Unbelievably,
咁得啦！我而家
you will be laddering
我啱啱爆咗，
without
我
being
冇啱
here.
啱講嗰啲嘢冇得講㗎咯，就會
In case Andy is eliminated.
啊，總之留2個藍色啦，咁咪可以。得人都玩。5,000咯，500。等我爆先至 cheap count 嘅咁衰。
你可能攤平嘅啫，佢好數啲咯，佢 count 一 count。
哦 ，OK。
或者你 count 定還冇？
你有冇嚟打其他 event？
打好幾個。
即係由第一日開始嚟。
第2日。
咁有錢打咁多花樣。
先正特登嚟唔打先係負 EV 喎，應該。你特登嚟到就咩都唔做咁樣，仲蝕啊好似。
應該起碼打少少先，即係如果捱幾個咯。
報名大概幾多錢？1,000零蚊美金。
哇！你睇都冇睇添啊！直情，你真係冇諗過。
就係咩 event 啫嘛。
我諗住玩其他。
玩其他 mix game 細細地嗰啲。
最少好似225美金。
225。
美金。
11,800 6,000
打
11。
咩啊
？225喎，有冇打？225。
夜晚嗰啲啊，凌晨嗰啲啊。Turbo 嗰啲俾你玩，或者 mix game 咯。
All the chips have found their way to the middle as the graphics catch up.
我未試過打到後，我唔知，應該都起碼4-5粒鐘。
佢都唔係好耐。
起碼。
The chip recount happening.
有邊個？我咩都打，我有打。
Yes。
依家喺度做緊咩？聽咁耐都唔開始。
依家係等緊咩嚟㗎？
突然間我
update 嗰啲 chip card 咯，
唔係啊，後場做緊埋。
Okay, here we go.
俾我咁唔好咁少反級啊！佢想做嗰啲假波咧。
All eyes on Andy.
我贏咗幾鋪，而家陣間可以變翻呢邊。
With this chip in a chair.
好唔 friendly 嘅。好大喎，白 queen 梅花喎，好勁。佢唔信你。唔係，佢啱啊 ，call 得啱。
我大概估到
係咩？
捉緊啲嘢，
係捉緊嘢，係
捉緊蛇，
捉緊蛇啫嘛。
有邊發中呢條蛇嘅8、9咯。
There's Joe Wong, has played every hand.
可能你傾 queen 係捉緊蛇，不過係吉嘅。
點解冇 jack 嘅？
我都知水過嚟，跟住唔知俾人手。乜鬼都要。
依家做緊咩啊？
你有冇睇 Greg？ 佢話 Greg 高咗先喎。
佢要入翻啲 data 晒。
有時睇下咯。
我啱啱問佢有冇。
Did they just say Greg goes all in? Greg, buddy. Are you famous in Hong Kong?
紀念品嗰副嘢我冇乜興趣其實。反而佢周邊啲產品我有興趣。
呢個唔係俾晒成 set 嘢你哋嘅咩？
係啊，但係
我冇嘢俾晒咁。
但係我哋衫同佢嗰個 counter 嗰啲衫唔同咯。
係咩？我冇喎，邊度拎啊？
你冇攞到㗎？
喺邊度攞？
你陣間去翻嗰個 counter。
It's at moments like these that I wish Steven was in the booth with me.
咁我點同佢講？
你 show 翻個 email。
Translate the Cantonese, but
衫啊、Woody 啊，仲有啲袋啊，成 set 嘢咁樣啊。
perhaps appropriately he's having fun. Leading the Cantonese stream, of course, for this event. Steven, of course, a natural late ambassador himself. For now, it's you and me, guys. We might not know what they're saying, but we know they're having fun.
你哋打咗明未？即係
我尋日入咗。
All winners already.
呢度嗰張飛。
我用張飛。
All have locked up main event tickets. Looking forward to hearing about who all from our online qualifiers and the influencer challenge make it to day 2 of the main event. Don't forget today is day 1C, day 1D.
唔係，因為時間太長啦，好攰啊！
可能全部 regular 先。
Still not too late to fly down to Incheon to play the main.
所有鋪都係由 A 開始打到入為止，根本你冇得 mark 邊啲人喺度嘅，係啊。
I'm only half joking, of course. Probably pretty tough to fly down to South Korea on whim, but don't forget the next APT stop has been announced, the Hanoi Billions, December 1st to December 10th. That's going to be an amazing event. Bigger and badder than the last Hanoi series. There's a reason it has billions attached to it. Billions of Vietnamese dong. Usually on offer at APT Vietnam stops, but when they add billions to the name of the series, you best believe it's going to be big.
3分幾鐘，
其實我唔使嘥時間，快啲 go。All in。call，搞掂。
VND 3.5 billion guaranteed. That's 1.5 million.
See Avery's 19,000.
All in from the one big blind stack. Surely getting called multi-way here. There is a 3-bet from Joe Wong. Wow, why lets it go? Oh, wait a minute. The chip recount has clarified a few things that I should clarify to you guys. Joe Wong actually with all the chips. Why down to a much shorter stack than originally thought. So Andy in a great position to double up, but unfortunately, that double up will only get him so far. Lots of outs now on this river, and the ace of hearts actually gets the job done. The 9 high flush for Joe Wong seals the fate for Andy. GG's all around. A winner in so many ways. Final tabling the Superstar Challenge. Final tabling the Natural 8 Hong Kong. Table you're watching at the moment. First out. Gets an extra $150 for his effort. And by the way, Greg Goes All In was talking about how he had a $150 meal in Korea a few days ago. And he said it might have been one of the best meals of his life. So there you go, Andy. Have a great meal. So why, with the adjusted chip count, is in the 20s in terms of big blinds, over 100,000 in chips. Chan has 50, plenty to play with. By the way, the structure for these events is so good. These players, they're used to playing online. Sometimes it can be tough to deal with live structures. See fewer hands. Players tend to tank a little bit more when it's their first time under the lights. Well, they'll be happy to know 40-minute levels with low increments. As we take a look at this board, 10-10-8 Rainbow, Brian Hing-Lun has absolutely smashed this flop, now boating up on the turn. Defend 10-3 suited from the small blind. Make a full house. What a nice life. And the board is such that the ace high of Chan should be paying off at least a street of value. About even stacks for Chan and Brian. As we suspected, one street of value is paid off. Now the question is, how does ace high look when bet into on the queen of clubs river? Obviously the jack 9, the obvious straight draw comes in as well, to the extent that's what Brian was bluffing with. Many straight draws would have a queen in them.
50,000.
a big bet. I like it. It's a good spot for Brian to polarize. He does not want his opponent to be worried about hands such as just a queen. When he bets 60,000, he's actually eliminating hands with just one pair. The bet is actually 50,000 as the graphics adjust. Even then, fairly polarized. He's trying to say, either have a monster or have nothing and I'm trying to muscle you out. And it's a convincing bet. By convincing, I mean it could be a bluff. Think about hands like 9-7, even 9-6, that were taking stabs on the turn. Obviously, complete air. Sometimes lower pocket pairs that got counterfeited. Chan sniffs it out. Great fold there with the ace high. Not as easy as it looks. Very, very tempting to call this off. Very tough to put your opponents on pairs, much less on full houses. But Chan finds a way. So there we have it. The shortest stack, by the way, is the player who is missing an action. He's going to be blinding down. Has locked up $250 already. The player missing an action got the $100 pay jump. Thanks to the elimination of Andy. So with the updated stacks, the story becomes a little bit clearer. Joe Wong, with the big stack, is just absolutely going for it. Constantly putting pressure on his opponents with any two cards, going for the win. Aces for the chip leader. This is where your image can work to your advantage. You've been so active, raising any two. Once in a while, players get to see a showdown as well with some raggy hands, or at least get to see that you fold when facing resistance, implying that your hands were not that good to begin with, and now you wake up with aces in the big blind. Blinds are up 3,000, 6,000. The raise as a result, 2.5 big blinds by Brian to 15,000. What is the size he goes for with the 3-bet? A small 3-bet. Perhaps not surprising given the strength of his holding. Aces. And a quick call. Queen 10 suited. A pretty hand, but only 20% equity. And a disastrous 10-8-3 rainbow board top pair for Brian. This could spell trouble. Small continuation bet. Brian simply cannot go anywhere at the moment. Nothing to do but call here. No point raising. If Joe Wong is bluffing, as he's known to do, you want him to continue in the hand. And 8 of clubs on the turn does not change much, but Joe checks out of caution. Also, once again, playing his image. Knows very often he's going to have 2 overs or perhaps a hand that cannot continue. Does end up going check as a result, and the king of clubs might be one of those cards that allows Brian to get away cheaply, or at least not lose too much in this hand. Does bring in the backdoor flush as well. Time for some value. Goes big. Wants it to look like a bluff. Nothing too crazy, frankly. Half pot. Brian thinking, did I get unlucky? And did Joe hit the king? Maybe the backdoor flush. As we slow zoom into
5 seconds.
the pain that Brian is feeling at the moment. Wow. He's found the fold. What a great fold there. Rich get richer. Look at the stack in front of Joe Wong. We're four-handed. Joe has 720,000 blinds. At 3,000, 6,000. That's 120 bigs. Wow, king six off. In the mix. Some frustration coming through perhaps, or just realizing that four-handed, late position, is effectively the button. He gets it through. Nicely done. Good awareness of four-handed play there.
Thank you. Thank you. See you soon.
You know, being part of production, every once in a while, get access to a lot of random information. I'm happy to share with you guys. Thinking back to yesterday, where one of the players had an email address with the phrase "weak sad boy" in it. Now here's the little nugget for today. Here on your screen right now goes by Brian King Lun. Your final table in Natural 8 event. Of course, you win the main event seat. You get $750 US in travel expenses for the trip to Incheon, South Korea. And you get a t-shirt and a hoodie from Natural 8. And what size does Brian put in for the t-shirt and the hoodie? XXXL. Let him come back into frame, and then you and I will discuss this, chat. All in says why with the ace-10 of diamonds. Who can blame him but Brian? This time around actually does have the goods. Ace-jack off, but will he be able to make this call? Chan has the meaningless jack-4 of clubs. Should be folding relatively quickly when it comes around to Brian. First of all, we're going to have to discuss his hoodie size. There you go. Does this man look like an XXXL? As somebody who's of that triple XL unfortunate sizing, I take this very personally. I'm joking, of course. Let's focus on the decision of the moment. The ace-jack off. Can Brian figured this one out? Has to be worried about ace-kings, ace-queens. You do tend to block those when you have an ace in your hand, but after all, it only means so much. Quick call, actually. Let's figure it out. So why it's going to be at risk? Ace, 9, deuce. Meaningless for the moment. Y is going to need a 10. There's no diamonds to be seen. A 10 and a 10 only. Well, some chop outs now, in fact. With the 9 coming in. See the outs at the top, but not to be. The 7 gets the job done. Kin, Lam, Y. Eliminated. In 5th place, good for $250. And what do you know? The empty seat ladders up to $350. Just goes to show that these players are going for the win. They don't want to wait for just one seat to blind down. A great pickup there for Brian. Now second in chips with 65 bigs.
Okay.
Queen 7 off. Opening it up. Under the gun, but let's not forget. We are down to just 3 players, at least those at the table. 1 player blinding down. Under the gun is the same as the button. Joe Wong has all the chips. He's going to be raising it a lot. Okay, so an interesting dynamic. Let's not forget, the 4th player is missing, but we do post their blinds. So we have a dead big blind here. That means Joe Wong is actually under the gun.
54,000.
Followed by Chan, who decides to raise it up with 10-4 off. I mean, this is the poker I'm here to see. A completely different gear than both the tables we saw yesterday.
54,000.
And look at this. Brian seems to know exactly what's going on. Realizes the Chan would be punishing the limp from Joe, which has to be weak considering the way Joe has been playing. Turns his king-jack off into a bluff. Raising it up from the small blind. Putting pressure on his opponent. And I'll tell you what, we talk about ICM. Of course, with the total prize pool being $3,000 here, these players have locked up main event tickets worth $1,750. So you could argue the ICM pressure, so to speak, isn't that much, but that's the interesting dynamic of that missing player in the form of Kong. And I think Brian was taking advantage of that. It's one thing to bust 6th, 5th. You're trying to go for the win. But to bust and not get the pay ladder versus an empty seat has to hurt a little bit. Love the psychological games that might be happening here. Chan looks a little bit shook. You step out of line, decide to 3-bet, find the courage, or at least to punish the limp of the chip leader. Immediately get raised from the blinds.
Out of turn left. Out of turn left.
Out turn. It's me action, but he out turn.
Oh. What?
Ace Jack now for Chan.
One and center.
By the way, our good friend Stephen Lai informed us that the tournament director, I believe we saw the back of him on the screen a moment ago, appropriately, also from Hong Kong for this event, Nero, I believe.
So do I have to
Reaction.
Oh, okay.
Place and first.
Again from Hong Kong Poker Players Association. HKPPA as it's called.
One and center.
As we take a look at, well, never mind, the chip counts were popping up, but let's just remind ourselves a dead seat in the mix as we're four-handed. Chan, I should mention, fairly accomplished in the live poker arena. Over 145,000 in live earnings on his hand and mob. But a huge chunk of that coming from one cash. And what do you know? It's at the APT in Taipei.
15,000.
$130,000. Coming runner-up in the high roller. has found success here at the high roller in Incheon as well, by the way. I'm taking a look. Well, would you look at this? Before stopping by the APT in Taipei, the man has $6,000 in live tournament earnings. Collects 140,000 US dollars in Taipei. What a success. And now kicking off, I should say, Incheon with a $15,000 final table at the super high roller in Incheon. And here he is, having final tabled the Natural 8 Hong Kong event. An absolute beast. An excellent flop here for him as well. Flopping the nut flush draw, gut shot to the Broadway. Is in position, small blind versus big blind against the chip leader. And decides to check on this flop, realizes equity. Could give Joe Wong the window to start firing with just jack high. Exactly what he does. Small bet for now. Chan will not be going anywhere. The only question is whether to call or raise. I would love to see a raise here considering the opponent. Joe Wong is not going to have much so often. Seems to be carving out a call. There we go. He does have the best hand. It's a good time to call if you think about it. If he can get Joe to bluff more. Never mind the absolute gin card on the river. The jack making Joe a pair of jacks, but giving Chan the Broadway straight. This could be exactly what Chan needed to get some extra value in this hand. And to certainly ensure that he does not get bluffed off the hand. Well, never mind. Joe will be value towning himself, as we say sometimes. He's converting a pair into what seems like a bluff. This is a huge bet. Perhaps aim to get a queen to fold. Not that it matters, but Chan should find the raise here. You simply cannot be worried about flushes and miss out on value with the absolute best straight. Also, it should help that you have the absolute perfect blocker, the King of Clubs. Even if your opponent has a flush, if you were to raise them here, without the King of Clubs, chances are they will not raise you back. That's exactly what you need to be able to fire. Chan taking his time. I suspect no matter what he does, the outcome in this hand does not change much. Probably planning to say the words that our friend Greg likes to say. All in. Does Chan go all in? Just a call. Once again, I doubt it changes the outcome of the hand, but I'm a bit disappointed to see that. Could certainly go for some value against some hidden two pairs that Joe might have. As it stands, up to a comfortable 46 bigs. Leading, empty chair. Should soon be eliminated. You can actually do the math on when they'll be eliminated. With about 15 bigs or so. 2.5 big blinds going in every 4 hands. That's 1 orbit. It's gonna be a fair while, frankly, Until then, these players are plenty deep. And they're willing to mix it up. We have a game on our hands. All of them wanting to just go for it. They've all locked up $350, by the way. If the empty chair is allowed to bleed out and get eliminated next, they'll all lock up $500. But the way they're going at it, you never know what happens. And certainly when you're going for the win and that APT Lion trophy, perhaps worth more than just the cash prize. What a notch in the belt this would be for most of these players. Of course, we have players coming in who'd never even played live. For instance, Brian, not the most live experience.
48,000.
Wow. Small blind versus big blind.
48.
A raise from Chan, reasonable with the king 10 off. Brian having none of it. A healthy 3-bet with king 5 off. What a masterclass in aggression by all of these opponents. In particular, Joe Wong, of course, utilizing that chip lead. And Brian does not seem to need the chip lead to be aggressive. Gets it through. So the empty chair Kong down to 14 bigs. A minimum of 40 for the players seated at the table. Don't forget the guess the winner form, still pinned in chat if you haven't filled it up. All you need to do is guess the winner. We're down to 3 here, so your odds are at least 1 in 3. And if you guess correctly, you'll be entered into a $688 flip out on Natural 8. Not a bad deal. Queen 9 raises it up. The big blind was the empty seat, so only the small blind to get through. 4 deuce does not find the defense, thankfully. Would be way too wide. Did think about it. Let's the 10-5 go. Jack 8 on the button. Dead small blind. So it's button versus big blind here. Queen 8 off. I suspect Joe's not going anywhere. The only question is call or raise. And look at this. A handful of chips being grabbed. My oh my. Learn some aggression from these guys. Not a coincidence they have ended up on the final table. Clearly used to 3-betting a lot online, being extra aggressive. No wonder they were down in the final 6 out of 139 entries for this Natural 8 Hong Kong event. And Brian, considering the size of the 3-bet, actually decides to peel with the Jack 8 and outflops his opponent, although with the Ace-King-Jack board, it certainly favors the pre-flop aggressor and the person 3-betting. The Queen of Clubs as well should give some comfort to Joe as he fires a continuation bet. The nut flush blocker, in this case it would have to be a backdoor flush, but also the straight draw to the Broadway straight. A tiny continuation bet. Brian will not go anywhere with his pair of jacks. Well, could there be a bigger brick than the deuce of hearts on the turn? Up to Joe now to concoct a story. Can represent the aces, the kings on the board. The backdoor flush draw did not come in, but the Broadway straight draw remains. Reaches for chips. Relentless, fearless, always willing to put chips in the middle. And now Brian is facing the heat. 44,000. Only a pair of jacks. Weak kicker. No draw. Let's it go. Joe Wong showing how it's done. 114 big blinds. Quick math has the table almost exactly covered, which is to say 50% of the chips in play. Certainly covers the remaining two players almost exactly. Let's just say, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, if you haven't guessed the winner yet, now is the time. You have a lot of extra information to go by. Joe Wong in a commanding position, but one double up here and there, one cooler, one big bluff, perhaps, as Joe is likely to do. And the tables can turn, of course. Isn't that always the case in MTT poker? King-7 opening under the gun, which in this case is the dealer button. Joe's having none of it. There's a bunch of blues. The green chips are in play now also, by the way. Those are worth 25,000 apiece. The blues, 5,000. Yellows, 1,000. There's the 3-bet, 44,000. And the King-10 suited might be handcuffed here. 44,000 would be almost 20% of Chan's remaining stack. We do not want to put it in speculating. Indeed, he does not. Now, we did see Brian peel Jack 8 off last hand. King-7 off is even more uncoordinated. The 3-bet is even bigger. I suspect he has to let this one go. He has fought back in so many spots. I'm thinking back to the 4-bet jam with the Ace-5 off. But the reason you do that with Ace-5 off and not a hand with a king in it is because you at least block an ace.
95,000.
Never mind.
95.
Who cares what you block? You play the player, not your cards. 4 bets to 95,000. If this was a live sporting arena, the crowd would be going wild right now. Talk about being fearless. 4-betting the chip leader with King-7 off. You do not see that every day. And Joe Wong seems to be considering fighting back. Is this just posturing, or does he want to make one last move at this spot. After everything we've seen from him so far, I certainly would not put it past him. But in case you have not played too much live poker, facing a 4-bet and just having ace-9 off, it's tough to even consider making moves. There we go. He actually lets it go. Slight discussion about time banks with the dealer, but all that might be a bit moot.
No, I use 30 seconds only. That is him.
Brian engaging in this discussion about time banks, but in reality, he should be patting himself on the back for an incredible 4-bet.
I only use 30 seconds, and I gave you time back already.
Joe wanting a time bank, says he only used 30 seconds. The dealer will call the floor, get it sorted. But how about what we just saw? Joe down to 641k, still good for over 100 bigs, but Brian using pure aggression pre-flop, understanding how aggressive Joe has been so far, and folding out a much better hand with absolute rags. King 7 off. 73 bigs now for Brian. We'll let the experts sort out whether Joe gets time bank back. New dealer coming in as well. The Hong Kong locals. Bridging any language gaps that might exist. Usually we are highlighting the diversity at the Asian Poker Tour. Right now we're of course looking at the Natural 8 Hong Kong final table. That doesn't mean the dealers are not diverse, or the floor staff for that matter, although Stephen Lai from Hong Kong, my usual partner in crime in the booth, did inform me that the tournament director is Nero from the Hong Kong Poker Players Association. I'm not exactly sure what happened with the time banks there, by the way, in that particular hand, but as Chan might be explaining to Joe, let me just take this moment to tell you how the time bank chips work. You have a shot clock. For every decision, you get 30 seconds to act. You get a bunch of time banks. You can see to the right-hand side of Joe. I believe those are the unused time banks of the missing player. So about 6 or 7 time banks to start. Each of those are worth 30 seconds apiece. Every time you need to make a decision that takes longer than 30 seconds, you can toss in a time bank. We did have Lloyd Fontilius actually help out, clarify the situation. But just to finish my thought there, sometimes what you see people do is throw in a bunch of time banks when they need to take their time making a decision, and the dealer simply returns the unused ones after the hand is over. There is the new dealer, and there is that 30-second shot clock in the middle of the table, in case you'd never noticed.
3-6. It's still last hand of 3-6.
Last hand of 3-6, says the dealer. 3,000, 6,000 blind level.
6,000 to call.
Going to 4-8 after.
Raise to 15,000. So, but action already. So, yeah. They claims that the button didn't move. So the button's supposed to be here this hand. But
Clarifying where the button should be. It's not easy, by the way, to manage this with the missing person. The dead, small blind, and big blind being posted wherever appropriate.
Because seat 8 was big blind last hand. All players agreed.
我記得好似係我啱啱有俾大。
我啱啱係冇俾過錢，跟住你係大盲啊嘛。咁而家我大盲咯。
Okay, we keep going. Okay. So, seat 5 raised to 15,000. Yep. It's on big blind option. You want to go?
Right up. 4,000, 8,000, right?
Lines up 4,000, 8,000, 8,000 big blind ante.
Ready to resume the action, it seems.
8,000 to call.
Lines are up. 4,000, 8,000. 8,000 is the big blind ante. Joe has queen deuce off, but he's on the button, so let's go. Perhaps with all the confusion with time banks, the dealer change, clarification on the button, Joe might have mentally forgotten how he got 4-bet in that hand, forced to fold the ace-9 off. Back to wheeling and dealing, raising it up with the queen deuce off. A beautiful looking jack-10 suited for Chan in the small blind. Certainly too good to consider folding. Chooses to call between calling and raising.
C5 calls.
Is Brian priced in with the queen 7 off? Indeed he is. 3-way to the flop.
3 players. No one checks. C5 checks.
Ace deuce tray, 2 spades. Somehow, queen deuce, the ugliest hand going into the flop,
8,000.
has flopped best despite being dominated by the queen 7. Nothing to write home about for the jack-10 suited. Such a pretty hand rendered so useless on this board. Would basically be drawing dead to an ace. I think Chan has to let this one go. As does Brian. Another pickup going the way of Joe. Every once in a while gets played back at pre-flop. But I think he needs to realize people are folding to him a lot post-flop. He can just continue to take hands to the flop and reserve all his aggression for post-flop.
Support. Ace raised to 20,000.
King 4 now, raising it up.
5 calls.
Called by Brian. in the small blind with 10-7 off. Both players missed the flop. Should favor the pre-flop aggressor. Goes check, check. The queen six deuce. About as dry as the board can get. Now the deuce pairs. Very unlikely for certainly the player defending the small blind to have a deuce. Check, check again. I think Joe just knows his king high is very likely to be best. Doesn't feel the need to bet. Eight of clubs doesn't change much on the river. Does bring in the backdoor flush, which is unlikely. Brian should realize this 10 high is not going to be best. Joe would not be checking behind with hands that lose to 10 high on the flop and the turn. But Brian gives this one up, waves the white flag. Joe should take this one down as well. Three-handed poker is so difficult to navigate, especially with that dead stack, that empty chair as we've been calling it, of Kong in the mix. But when in doubt, you lean towards aggression. Certainly the path Joe Wong has been taking. Brian has been fighting back exceedingly well. With blinds up to 4,000, 8,000. Joe Wong has a commanding chip lead of 89 big blinds. Has the table covered.
Okay. Thank you.
Chan looking focused as ever. I'm certain he's going to be playing many APT events, including here at Incheon. Has already final tabled the super high roller.
Raised to 20,000.
Brian doing exceedingly well without the live experience of his compatriots here. Queen 10 off opens in the blind, on the button rather, and ace 9 off in the blinds. Once again that ace 9, and once again the 3-bet.
48,000.
It's not too big this time, 48. We've seen Brian peel as well. The jack 8 off comes to mind. Does not turn his hand into a bluff this time. We're off to the flop. Almost 100,000 in the middle already. These pots are getting big. Queen 7-7, a beautiful flop for Brian. Joe Wong perhaps will not hate this flop too much as well. After all, if Brian does not have a queen, a small continuation bet is so likely to take it down. If Brian has something like a small pocket pair, he would be continuing by just flat calling here with the queen. Keeps his range wide. And Joe might think that hands such as exactly the small pocket pairs, maybe floats with 2 overcards. Well, 2 overs would make ace king, excuse me. That might have been 4-bet, but Broadway hands such as king jack, ace 10 would float as well. Another bet might get the job done against a range of hands like that, but Joe Wong actually decides to check. Excellent radar there. Ryan going for a value bet surely. No point giving his opponent a free card.
$40,000.
40,000.
40,000 is the bet. Tough to represent too many bluffs, but these guys have certainly shown themselves capable. Folding, reasonable. Calling, perhaps a bit too loose. And I don't want to jinx it, but a raise could have been on the table, but he does let it go. Great radar, as I said. Certainly, given the dynamic of the hand. A double barrel could have been incoming, but good timing. Sometimes when I watch amazing poker players, my mind just screams, how did they do it? How did he not fire the incorrect double barrel there? Not to be results oriented, but really great timing there. Worked out well for him. He conserves his monster chip stack.
8,000 support. To 20,000.
A real hand for Joe Wong. King Queen off. Certainly very strong three-handed. Brian is raising with the suited jack, the Robbie as we sometimes call it now, the Jack 4. Definitely look up the Robbie in case you're not familiar with why the Jack 4 is known as the Robbie. Quite a saga in the poker world for about a month. Back to the hand here though. Unsurprisingly, Joe Wong has bumped it up 44,000.
Five calls. It's up.
Jack 4 actually does continue, and look at this, flops a flush draw. Joe makes small 3-bets. His opponent in the form of Brian often decides to peel. And just like last time, has a pretty big piece of this board on the flop. Joe does not have an ace. Does have the gut shot to Broadway and the king of clubs. King of hearts, I should say, excuse me. Along with the queen of clubs. Could be relevant if another heart hits the turn.
Five calls.
Easy call, but what happens if a flush does not come in on the turn? The 8 of diamonds opens the window for Joe to take this down. He did slow down last time, out of position, checked with the ace-9. This time around, looking at his chips, double barrel incoming. Telling the story that he has an ace. After all, didn't he have the ace last time when he 3-bet? Why not this time? The bet is small enough. Brian actually getting the right odds to just draw to his flush straight up. Does not realize that 4s would actually give him the best hand as well. 11 outs for Brian. There's that 4. And a quick check.
嗰一沓係幾多？
你講邊格？
藍色。
一棟幾多？
Well, Brian gets the check mark with that unexpected
20個。
fourth pair on the river there. He's actually asking how much Joe has. Going to turn his pair into a bluff. Well, think about it anyway. Throws in that time bank card we just discussed. This is super impressive. He's not just checking down, hoping that he's winning. He wants to think it through. Could choose to check down eventually anyway, and we'll get the good news, by the way. $42 bigs left in the stack of Brian.
Check. Show card, please.
64 for Joe, and once Brian gets the good news, the cards get flipped over. I suspect we have a new chip leader, 300k almost going into Brian's stack. There it is, 79 bigs for Brian, 633,000. Joe Wong has been an incredible force on this table. Got a tad unlucky. Brian hitting that 4. And has lost the chip lead after a long, long time. Let's see how he responds.
To 20,000.
Ace Queen suited now. Finally, a premium holding for Chan. Queen Deuce of Hearts defends and actually flops a flush draw again. Top pair, great kicker for Chan. Surely the continuation bet coming. There it is.
Race.
For the 20,000.
Quick call. 25 bigs is about the stack Chan had going into the flop. The deuce does not look like it changes much, but actually some additional outs for Brian. Another bet from Chan surely incoming, and Brian just has too much of this board to even consider going anywhere.
For bets, 45,000.
Good sizing there. Chan setting up for a river jam. 2 flush draws out there though. Wants to get more chips into the middle while he feels confident he's still ahead. But set up for an SPR, a stack to pot ratio well below 1 if called. Ryan throws in a time bank chip. I'm surprised, given the stack that Chan has left behind. I did not think Ryan would be considering raising as a semi-bluff. Seems like a good spot to call. Realize your equity. If you hit,
5 goes all in.
never mind. Just puts it in there. Wants Chan to fold out hands that could easily have Brian beat. Hands such as perhaps a naked jack or pair smaller than an ace. But Chan has the goods here. Ace, queen of clubs. Surely makes the call here. Cannot be afraid of monsters under the bed. There's 2 flush draws out there. The deuce is one of the cards that should have changed. Not too much. Yes, once in a while. Could have made 2 pair for his opponent. After all, Brian does have queen deuce. Could have had jack deuce as well. Ace queen is just too much of a hand. And Chan has too few chips behind. Makes the call.
All in with a color, show card.
75% equity. Great spot here for Brian. For Chan, rather. Brian at risk for losing a chunk of his stack. Although, if he can hit those 11 outs you see up top, he can eliminate Chan. And be effectively heads up. That's not one of those outs. Chan finds the full double up. And the chip leader has lost a chunk of his stack. As a result, Joe Wong is back to being the chip leader. We have fairly even stacks now, 3-way. What a turn of events. Before Brian decided to raise as a semi-bluff and put his opponent all in, can always appreciate the aggression of that move. You get so many better hands to fold. However, I was thinking, given the stack sizes, which look at that, are essentially even now. But given the stack sizes with queen deuce suited, he could have called, because you're getting to realize your equity with a lot of implied odds. If you hit, you get to ask your opponent for the rest of his chips without having risked them to begin with. And if you don't hit, you can just fold, but it's pretty close. When in doubt, going with aggression, not a bad strategy. Does not work out this time though. Everybody above 400,000 in chips, that's over 50 bigs with blinds at 4,000, 8,000. Chan lets this one go. 4-3 off on the button. The big blind is the empty seat. Mengting, welcome back in chat. Said rich go richer. Well, that was the case until Chan had something to say about it. Joe Wong at 64 bigs or so. Brian at 54 and now Chan at 52. Extremely even contest here. As the empty chair, I believe, is down to just 2, perhaps 3 big blinds. And with that, by the way, the Guess the Winner contest is over. Thank you to everyone for participating. We hope you got your guesses in there. It's going to be one of these 3. And if you were correct, you will be entered into a $688 flip out on Natural 8. As usual, now that Guess the Winner is over, we have the trivia quiz pinned in the chat. This is for all of you who have not participated in the trivia quiz yet across any of the other Natural 8 events. To call it a quiz might be a stretch of the word quiz. Click the form. You'll see some of the easiest questions of all time, and for every question you get correct, you get 100 chips up to a maximum of 1,000. And that's a separate flip out you get entered into, so make sure you do both if you've done the Guess the Winner already. Back to the action, I see a 3-bet from Queen 7 off. Joe Wong doing what Joe Wong does best, putting pressure from the blinds. And Brian, obliging as usual, making the call. And an interesting flop here. Queen high, but 3 clubs. Queen Jack 4. Monotone. Brian has just enough of a piece. A gut shot to the bottom end of the straight. And the 8 high flush draw. Joe usually does come in with a continuation bet, decides to check. Bit of pot control, bit of deception. The board has 3 clubs on it.
$30,000.
Brian decides to lead at this one. Has reasonable equity. One of those hands where you lead out, you're in position. If you get check raised, and I suspect that's what Joe is considering, you don't mind folding as well. I'm talking about Brian's holding. But what a tiny check raise here. A click back, 64,000. 30,000 was the bet. An extra 34 to call. Seems extremely suspect. Perhaps players with the ace high flush draw or the flop flush would play this way. Wong is really mixing it up. Taking top pair, no flush draw. Check raising with it, but check raising tiny. And Brian does not seem like in the mood to fold yet. This spot has ballooned up. An absolute brick in the form of the deuce of hearts comes out on the turn. Exactly what Joe wanted to see, unless his opponent had him beat already. Chances are Joe's still ahead. And he commits. This is going to get the job done, but wow. A very, very high variance approach, but given the line, Joe actually managed to squeeze a lot of value from that hand and now decides to get it over with. A clear chip lead once again. Does not exactly have the table covered like he did a moment ago, but close enough. We have some deep stack, advanced three-handed poker going on. I love this once again. What an interesting mix to our streaming schedule. And what a stark difference from the Taiwanese table, of course from the influencer table, which is of course recreational heavy. These guys are online ninjas. Chan has amazing results in high rollers in live tournaments as well, particularly here at the APT, both in Incheon and at our big event in Taiwan early on in the year. Joe Wong, well known in the Hong Kong circles, getting it done here. We're about 10 minutes away from our first break and the end of this level.
Raise to 28,000.
Has been one of the most action-packed feature or final tables I've seen in a while. And I've seen plenty. That says a lot. The man on your screen responsible for a lot of that action, Joe Wong. Came in, guns blazing, had the chip lead. Lost it momentarily. Gained it back almost immediately, making some hero calls. Loves 3-betting from the blinds this time around. Simply called.
4 bets, 20,000.
Top pair for Chan. Great board. But 2 diamonds. And the overcard for Joe. Could see fireworks here as well. Just a call for now. He's out of position. Joe, that is. A 5 once again. The flush draw turns into a pair and a flush draw. Last time around, we saw this with Brian. He actually converted it into a semi-bluff check raise. Or rather, a raise all in on the turn. Joe, middle pair, flush draw, checks once again. And Chan, good timing for pot control. Could have been played back at. And look at this, the diamond comes in. As I just said, Chan making a great check on the turn simply because the 5 connected with so many holdings that would have been a straight draw on the flop. He had a weak top pair. Decided to not put in too many chips into the middle on the turn. And now Joe makes the flush, grabs a bunch of chips, and is going for a lot of value here. Let's not forget the 4 to a straight is on the board. The deuce, 3, 4, 5. Any ace would make a straight. 54,000 is the bet. Chan has to be worried not just about the flush draw coming in, but the potential straights. Most hands that were drawing that were not flush draws on the flop have also become very strong now. 2 pair at the minimum. Of course, the flushes come in. It's always tough to fold top pair, but he has a bluff catcher at best and lets it go. What a great fold there, losing the absolute minimum. Some amazing poker being witnessed here. And Joe Wong, by the way, back to covering his 2 opponents. 85 bigs for him. King Queen now for Chan. 3-handed, a very, very strong holding.
For raise to 20,000. 5 calls.
Brian loves seeing flops. Holds 10-8 off in position. And flops top pair. Maybe this is why he loves seeing flops. Chan seems committed to a continuation bet here.
For bet 25,000. Five calls.
Easy call for Brian. And a king on the turn. Flips the story. Chan now with top pair. Double barrel can be a lot more comfortable. This time going for value. 3 hearts on the board. 3 heads up. Shouldn't change too much. It's tough to make a flush. Brian still has what was top pair on the flop. No heart though.
75,000.
That's a big bet. 75,000 into 98. Gets the fold. Perhaps slight misstep on the sizing there. Did want to charge his opponent in case they had perhaps a single heart for a flush draw, but gets a hand that should have been calling really to a smaller bet to fold. Sometimes plays that seem completely reasonable happen to be working against you. Poker is so complicated, guys. Why can't it just be easy? The way it feels when you first start playing. I remember I tried to teach my dad poker. I'm just talking about the basics, like the absolute basics. Maybe we're 10 minutes into the whole thing. He's played other card games in his life. You understand He understands hand rankings and such. But you know, we're talking about Hold'em. He's not played too many games with multiple streets of betting, etc. I swear to you, by the 9th minute, he's like, yeah, I got it. This is easy. Let's go. This is easy. I'm going to crush you. And I think that's the beauty of poker. A moment to learn, a lifetime to master, as they say. It just feels so easy, but the complexity is, well, infinite. Wow, Brian waking up with pocket eights. Lots of action behind him. Joe Wong 2x'd with king 4 off, effectively, from the cutoff. Chan simply called with a jack 10 suited. And Brian not taking the spot and raising it up as a squeeze, instead just calls. A bit gun shy for some reason. Still has the best hand on this flop, but one overcard. Does have the 8 of diamonds as well for all kinds of backdoors. Checks to Chan, who has 2 overs and the straight draw to the nut straight. No diamond though. Is going to lead out the power of position. And a very playable holding. 2 overs, of course, an 8 would actually beat the gin card. Only 2 8s left in the deck.
15,000.
Ryan certainly not going anywhere with pocket eights, just 1 over.
What's up?
A 5, a great card for pocket eights, not just because it's a low one. It does give him one of those backdoor straight draws. 6, and of course now would make the straight. Goes check, check. And a 9 on the river. Again, a fantastic card for 8s. Makes it even less likely that his opponent had a 9. Does not go for value, by the way, Brian. And instead, induces a bluff from his opponent. A fantastic check from a results perspective. Brian realizing that with the check on the turn, his opponent could have the 9. After all, we did see Chan actually check behind with top pair on the turn earlier on, like, I believe maybe 4 hands ago against Joe Wong when Joe made the flush.
Vortex, shortcut please.
Brian no doubt checked with the intention of check calling, and Chan actually decides not to bluff. Once again, excellent timing. Was certainly getting called. As we approach our first break, I believe this is the last hand before the break. Brian and Chan have even stacks. Joe, a monster stack. By the way, we should note the empty chair made it all the way till the first break, but should be on its way out. And with these 3 remaining players, unless some crazy action hits this last hand, should all get that extra pay ladder. They're all guaranteed 350 at the moment. It'll bump it up to 500 at the minimum after the empty chair of Kong busts. Interesting, a limp from the button. A change in strategy despite having an ace. Maybe getting a bit tired of being 3-bet and calling and trying to peel. Interesting board, 7-7-5. The 9-8 actually has 2 overs and a straight draw. Goes check again. I think the players realize that the break is incoming. Might want to just get it over with.
Expect 24,000.
Wong fires at it. No point checking down 9 high. You have enough equity. Go for the bluff. 7-7-5 deuce is a pretty clean board for ace high here. It is, after all, a heads up pot. Ace high is going to be good fairly frequently. It's underrepresented as well. He did not raise on the button and lets it go. A bit timid from Brian. Has had some wild swings. Might be the reason for it. He's technically last in chips, but essentially tied. And one big blind left for the empty chair. As we hit our first break, I suspect we'll see the empty chair eliminated as soon as we come back from it. But stay tuned. We have a short 15-minute break for the players. We will be right back. My name is Vidar Singhal, and I will see you shortly.
Does it have the chip count?
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
莫非係？莫非係？莫非係？Wait！
哦！
加油加油加油！
你唔佢唔 call 我都 call 啊！隻煙啊！我係好玩。GG。 GG。
Super calls. All in with a color. Show card.
莫非係？莫非係？
溫客化。
莫非係？Wait。
哦。
加油加油加油！
你唔佢唔 call 都 call 啊隻煙啊！我
係
GG。
会
GG.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the Natural 8 Hong Kong final table here at the APT, coming to you live from Incheon, South Korea. My name is Vidar Singhal. We have witnessed one of the craziest, most aggressive, most exciting final tables you'll see. This is, of course, a unique event, one of 3 Natural 8 events, one in Taiwan that we completed yesterday, one, of course, for Hong Kong players, and one coming up for players from Thailand. But this table, coming back to it, has been full of these aggressive rock stars, it seems like. Betting, 3 betting, 4 betting, constantly trying to outdo each other. Usually there's a story of the hour or the segment, but certainly the chip leader Joe Wong has been setting the tone for what has been an action-packed couple of hours, not to be outdone by the 2 remaining players at the table. Brian has been fighting back, constantly putting Joe to the test. And Chan, a very experienced live player with over $150,000 in live earnings, many of which have come at the APT, both in Incheon and Taiwan, are the ones battling it out. We did have an empty chair, by the way. Down to just 1 blind. Should be eliminated shortly, thereby locking up at least $500 for each player on the table. But don't worry, that's only a small portion of the prize they all get. All 6 final tablists were given a main event ticket for the APT Incheon main event, which is, by the way, underway right now, day 1C. That's $1 million guaranteed main event, by the way. Some of these players should be playing flight day 1D once they wrap up. So $500 locked up, as I said, $750 to second place, and $1,000 to first place. But let's not forget, most importantly, that APT Lion Trophy up for grabs. That winner's photo that everybody wants to be in. There we have it. The final three. Joe Wong, the clear chip leader, has his opponents well covered. Blinds are up, by the way. 5,000, 10,000, 10,000 is the ante. The empty seat is technically on the button at the moment. So 2 more hands before they're automatically all in. As we see the first hand after the break, 5-4 off. Joe decides to limp from the small blind. 10-jack suited. Chan does find this hand a lot and does not get too aggressive with it. Maybe the ICM of that empty seat? Maybe just wanted to see a flop and evaluate. Obviously, Jack 10 plays very, very well post-flop, and Queen 9-7 is one of those boards that does favor the Jack 10, an open-ender. Checks once again. Not sure how I feel about that. That's a lot of equity. You would want to take the hand down at any stage before you hit. Now the 5 high can bet bluff on this queen turn. Chan, of course, not going anywhere, but now has simply turned his hand into a drawing one. Could still raise in position. Chooses not to, has certainly taken the passive approach on all streets so far. And there's a deuce. Now what happens when you don't hit? This is why I was recommending bluffing at it. Lucky for him, Joe shuts down and the Jack 10 gets shown down. By the way, showing the Jack 10 here, the suited variety, having limped pre-flop, checked behind on the turn, and only checked behind on the flop, I should say, and only called on the turn. Trust me, the aggressive opponents he's facing, Joe Wong and even Brian, who was not in the hand, will certainly take notice. As it stands, Chan does take that pot down, is second in chips now, puts a slight gap between himself and Brian. One more hand before the empty seat is automatically all in. We will officially be down to 3 players then. As An in chat says hello. Hello, An. During the break, the most committed of you play along with our Asian Poker Tour mod, the Q&A. Some winners there. Chan Wilson winning $5 credit to your account on Natural 8. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Free money, always cool. For those of you joining us, don't forget to fill in the trivia quiz pinned at the top of chat, as always. Seven, 6 off in the mix, raising it up to the limp off the small blind, and the 6-4 suited continues off to the flop. 3 low cards in play, 3 higher cards come on the flop. King, Queen, 8, 2 hearts, neither player with a heart. This is why you raise from the big blind. You can represent all kinds of holdings. 6-4 of diamonds. Not much to write home about. Lets it go. $13K for the missing player Kong. Big blind at 10K. That means chips go into the middle.
$25.
25. The 8 rate 25,000.
Ace-6 of clubs. Trying to isolate the all-in player. Certainly a good strategy. Ace-6 is going to be much better than a blind hand. Chan has to fold the queen high. And Ace-5 now in the small blind. Ryan, as we know, irrespective of position, does love going to the flop. He's not exactly priced in, having put in only 5,000. But Joe showing interest in this spot. Well, never mind. He loves taking aces and being aggressive with them. Even kings. We saw him 4-bet with the king 7 before this, forcing Joe to fold the ace-9. This is the aggression I was promising you at the start of this hour. 90,000. And Joe has a suited ace. He was trying to isolate the blind all-in player. Certainly a suited ace, 4-handed. 3-handed, rather. Very reasonable open. These guys have certainly gone to the 3-bet school of poker. Look at that, gets the fold, and actually Joe will get to see the hand he just got 3-bet with. Cards will be flipped up.
Still have time. Why she need my time blank? Still have time, but she need my time blank. I don't know why. I fold already. you need my time blank, right? Okay. I'll change. Okay.
Another time bank mix-up perhaps, but more importantly, some chips going the way of Brian already after all. He did get Joe to fold his 25,000 bet.
俾個機會佢。
4-4 deuce, a 6 or a 10 needed. Otherwise, we're officially down to 3-handed. There it is. Locks it up.
其他嘢後話啦 ，enjoy 咗個 game 先。
咁佢算唔算第4名咧？
第4啊。
So some chips going the way of Brian, but in terms of the table dynamic, I think revealing that ace-5 off 3-bet is perhaps information Joe is storing in the poker memory bank. Mengting asks, may I ask, will that empty chair player also get paid? Indeed, he will. Actually getting paid $350. He did make the final table after all. Not exactly sure of his circumstance. All I know is that he did not make it to the event. He managed to collect a healthy stack, coming down to the final stick, 6. So he's rewarded appropriately. But everybody else on the screen locks up $500. 750 the next payout. 1,000 to first place.
Enjoy the game. 其他嘢後話。
Some of you I know were watching the influencer challenge, which went on for a while, by the way, because those guys just were going at it, taking their time, making smart decisions to the best of their poker ability. Both the heads-up players, of course, were... Well, not only were they not poker professionals, they were full-time models. And they were still displaying amazing poker intuition. Angel, by the end of it, was down to just... I believe she was automatically all in, or maybe down to just 3 bigs in the heads-up portion. This is a very different ballgame. These guys know exactly what they're doing. They're clearly online ninjas. Qualified down to the final 6 out of 139 entries. For a reasonable buy-in, by the way, $150 online, USD that is, 1,200 Hong Kong. By the way, the upcoming coverage of the National 8 Thailand event, the same event, open only to players from Thailand. The final 6, of course, flown down to Korea on the APT/National 8 dime. And they get the final, rather the main event ticket, just like these guys. That prize pool is slightly bigger, 3,425 for the final table. But perhaps most interestingly, 783 entries. The buy-in only $30, so 1/5 of the Hong Kong event. Completely different dynamic. I suspect we'll see a lot more recreationals. The final 6 have had to battle 783 other players. Quite an achievement.
$110,000.
There it is. The big 3-bet with the king queen off. 110,000. Pocket 6s for Chan. Not an easy decision. The 3-bet is massive. 10 seconds, I hear the dealer saying. Only one time bank, it seems. Left in Chan's kitty, and he lets the pocket 6s go. Power poker by Brian. Putting some distance between himself and Chan with that latest hand. Seven 4 suited now on the button. We are three-handed. Under the gun and button is the same thing. Lets this one go. He is the shortest stack. Has plenty to work with though, 33 bigs. Good timing though, because Brian has woken up with ace jack off. Trappy with the ace jack. Tried to induce a raise from Joe Wong. Joe did not oblige. We go off to the flop. And it's a very interesting one. Middle pair for Joe with the 10 deuce. But the ace jack means that's a double gut shot. A king would make him the nut straight. A 9 would make him the queen high straight. Of course, the ace is good as well, as is the jack. So 49% equity. There is the jack, but it's the scariest looking card because it's 4 to a straight now. Brian is now ahead. Joe could interpret this check as the white flag, converts his hand into a bluff. What an excellent bet.
Call.
Brian makes the call. The jack could be ahead. Does have that draw to the nuts. And a 10, one of the few outs for Wong comes in. Now, does Wong want to find the thin value bet? 4 to a straight on the board. He's made trips. Joe Wong seems to know exactly where he's at, finds the thin value bet, knows that he can represent a lot of missed draws as well that would have fired on the turn in position. All kinds of hearts, a naked king, perhaps even something weaker like a naked ace. He knows he has an image of being aggressive, of making bluffs. Can he get Brian to hero call this? Would be a pretty cool outcome.
Last 10 seconds. Last 5.
Call.
Indeed, he can. What a great value bet.
10,000 yen.
10,000.
Yes.
Brian knows he's been had. Unfortunate river card there, the 10. Giving Joe Wong trips, but so many players would have checked behind there.
Thank you.
Once again, Joe Wong having almost exactly 50% of the chips in play. I wonder if the style of play we've observed here says something about Hong Kong. I'll have to ask Stephen Lai, of course, my fellow co-commentator from Hong Kong. will be joining me in the booth for the Natural 8 Thai stream we have coming up for you at 7 p.m. local time. The same event, just for players from Thailand. Now, what I mean is, Taiwan was a little bit muted. Players, of course, did a great job, went for the win. Did have one player with a lot of experience who did manage to take it down. But not as much aggression. Not as insane when it came to bluffing, 3-betting, even making these thin value bets. It was a rare sight yesterday. And here we are, the players from Hong Kong, battling it out. Pocket fours, good enough to raise it up after the limp on the button from Brian with the 4-3 suited. 3x is the raise. Jack 7 off for Chan. I think back to one of the earlier hands when Chan just turned Jack 7 off into a bluff from the blinds. Hopefully not as attached this time around. Lets it go. And Brian loves going to the flop, especially when raised. Joe Wong out of position. Off we go. Somehow absolutely dominated with the 4-3 suited up against the worst holding he can be up against. Not a bad flop for 4-3. At least there's a straight draw. The gut shot to the 7 high straight. 3 overs for pocket fours, which is usually going to be the case. Begins with a check. Jack of diamonds on 4th Street. Tiny bet, good enough to take it down. And with that, Wong officially has over 50% of the chips in play, and perhaps more importantly, the momentum, the absolute cruise control. He's clearly going for the win. Not to take any credit away from Brian, we've seen some amazing 3-bets, an incredible 4-bet with the King 7. Certainly seems to suggest the man is going for it all, but Joe Wong has just been a dominant force. Chan, looking at his stack, you have 4 deuce, buddy. Well, he comes in with a huge raise. I like it. It's not huge. I heard 35. It's actually 25, 2.5x. Queen 5 calls. Both players with a pair. Chan with bottom pair. Likely to be the case when you have 4 deuce and catch a pair. Brian with top pair. Could lead to some leakage in Chan's stack. Top pair, dry board, weak kicker. A recipe for a call if I've ever seen one. No point raising it up. Getting called by only better. And how about that queen to just lock it up? I was going to say you want your opponent to keep bluffing if that's indeed what they were doing. Chan happens to have just enough of a piece, but is firing again. Or is he just counting? Interesting bet here. Essentially wants to charge his opponents in case they had maybe a float with two cards that did not make a pair. Turning his bottom pair into a bluff.
Call.
Nothing for Brian to do but to call. Will so often have his opponents drawing dead. With a call here, his opponent could think he has just a 7, not necessarily the queen after all. It's tough to have a queen when there's two of them on the board. A brick on the river there, by the way, the 3 of hearts. How does Chan approach this? There wasn't even a single draw possible on the turn. Checks it. How much to value bet is the question. The stack to pot ratio is fascinating. Both players under a 1 SPR. And all-in might look too strong. The way the hand has been played, Brian should have a deuce, a 7, or a queen, or maybe a disguised pocket pair. Perhaps he could have been sticky with an ace high. But would any of those hands convert themselves into a bluff? I highly doubt it. They would all have to have enough showdown value to want to check. Chan throws in a time bank. I don't blame him. It's a big decision, but that is his final time bank. I believe you get new ones when you hit heads up. I'll have to get back to you guys on that, but I see this as a slightly easy fold. He has bottom pair, no kicker after all. And the board is as dry as it can get. Certainly queens, maybe a hand as strong as 8s or 9s that did not choose to raise pre-flop to trap would play this way. Aces and kings come to mind as well. Yeah, lets it go, but frankly burnt his last time bank on an easy decision. Hopefully that does not come back to haunt him. Down to just 20 bigs now. We have a clear short stack here. Chan now the shortest stack, opening 9-8 off on the button. Brian calls. He's pretty loose from the small blind. And Joe Wong, the chip leader, has an ace. And excuse me? Just lets it go? Despite the pot odds? What just happened? I know there's randomizing, but how did the randomizer just tell him to fold there? Well, there you go. Joe would have made the best hand with an ace. Brian currently good with jack high.
8-9都唔 bluff。我唔 bluff 喎，咁 check raise 嚟。
我好誠實㗎。
5 raise 25. Paper. Paper.
small bite 唔知啫 small bite。
Thank you。
唔使係。
All in。
high turn. Sorry.
163.
163.
The all-in from Chan goes through. 4.5 big blinds picked up in the middle. Up to 20 bigs now. Great pickup.
Thank you.
New dealer. Clear chip leader, Joe Wong, always has a plan up his sleeves. There it is. The queen 9 off converted into a raise here. Brian in the small blind, big blind situations knows how aggressive Joe can be, has been limping a bit, allows him to call, see a flop. Jack, 3 deuce, 2 clubs. Neither player hitting a pair. Joe does not fire at it. And the king is the action card. Top pair for Brian. And a gut shot straight draw and the second nut flush draw for Joe Wong there. The queen of clubs. A very key card. Now comes the delayed continuation bet running into the top pair of Brian. Quick call by the top pair, and the club does come in on the river. Joe Wong catching against the man who has certainly been his nemesis on this table. We saw Joe catch the 3 on the turn. King Queen versus King 3. Now raising up Queen 9 pre-flop. Making the best hand here. Easy value bet with the second nut flush. The second nuts. 4 clubs on the board though. When action gets back to Brian. This would make for quite the hero call. It doesn't help, by the way, thinking back to the hand where Joe made trips on the river with 10 deuce. The last time Brian hero called, he was incorrect. At the time, with 4 deuce straight on the board, he called off with just second pair, I believe. Now top pair, but no club. The problem is so many bluff combos have a club in them and would have made a flush. He finds the fold. Perhaps that's a good spot to polarize, which is to say bet bigger. That way Joe can actually help his opponent eliminate the smaller flushes from his range. But with a half pot bet does scream of value from a range that would include a lot of clubs. Brian makes the correct fold. Called when he was ahead, folded when he was behind. That's a good hand right there. The result perhaps not favoring him, but a good hand nonetheless. Well played.
12,000 to call. Fold.
6-4 off in the small blind. Joe is clearly not willing to let anything go. Comes in with the raise here.
28,000.
Once again, a reminder, the blue chips, 5,000 apiece. The green ones, and I believe Joe has a stack of those, 25,000, and the yellows 1,000. And Chan taking a close look at exactly how many of each of those Joe has, because he has ace queen of spades in the big blind. All in, he says, once again, finds a premium. Good spot to 3-bet Chan, was down to 15 bigs.
It folds.
Now up to almost 20, 231,000 in his stack. These well-timed 3-bet jams, of course, in this case the card distribution, really helping him out. They can make a huge difference.
Check my answer, please. 12,000. April.
Jack 3 off. Forced to give a walk. Fair enough. Brian has also shown himself to be extremely sticky. So you have to be willing to really go to town. Maybe fight multiple streets when you're taking a hand like Jack 3 and turning it into a bluff. Chan wisely deciding that's not to be the case. Some of you asking in chat if this is the main event. No, sir. Eddie Tam. Mr. Wright. Explaining, indeed. These players are all from Hong Kong. This is not the main event. Mr. Wright also says, need to bring the APT to Thailand. I could not agree more. That sounds awesome. Sure, the team is working hard behind the scenes. It's all based on regulation. For now, we're here coming to you live from Incheon, South Korea. And don't forget the next event. Schedule is out. The Hanoi Billions. Going back to Vietnam, but this time it's going to be a big one. $1 million guarantee. More than that, actually. 2.5 billion VND is good for, I want to say, 1.1 million US dollars. That's the guarantee on the main event alone for the Hanoi Billions. As for the action here, bottom pair for both players. Best kicker for Brian. Leads out, 1/3 pot. Quickly called, understandable. Brian probably uncomfortable in the sand with just a pair of sixes, but little does he know he has 86% equity. Mostly chop outs for Joe. And Brian actually finds the correct value bet. 1/3 pot again. Raise, says Joe, with bottom pair. These two cannot help themselves, especially when they're battling each other. Bottom pair versus bottom pair. How does Joe just decide his opponent does not have an ace? Or indeed, many combinations of hands that would continue. It's literally like he can see his opponent's cards, Joe.
All in.
All in, says Brian, with bottom pair, no redraw. Are these guys just taking turns peeking at each other's cards and making the perfect play against them? What a move. Give it up for Brian in chat. 3-bet on the turn with bottom pair, all in, no redraw. An absolute soul read. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Whichever main event flight these guys decide to play, utilizing the main event ticket that they have won by final tabling the Natural 8 Hong Kong event. The players in those flights better be aware of what's coming towards them. These guys are just next level.
Five races, 30,000.
I wonder if they took the 15-minute break to go and see what each other had on the stream. Or perhaps they played with each other. I believe Joe Wong, a well-known player in the Hong Kong circuit. There we go.
Race is 70,000.
Doing what he does, 3-betting from the blinds again. 70,000 this time. But just to finish my point, I wonder if these guys just know each other's reputations. Perhaps played with each other in the lead up to this final table. Or just sickos. They're making some insane moves with perfect timing. So many players would not even consider going all in there with the King 6 because it's just too embarrassing. It just seems like such a punt when you're called. Especially on the feature table, on the final table here. On camera. Brian showing no such compunction, no such fear. Pulled the trigger, was correct. Is a clear second in chips.
It calls.
Jack 8 suited. Joe limps. Limping on the button, by the way. Sort of a advanced strategy these days in modern poker. especially tournament poker. Gives you some freedom to navigate pre-flop decisions. That way, you tend not to be blown off a connected hand like Jack 8 suited. Ace, King 6.
Check around.
Check, check.
Check. Check around.
Check, check again. Jack high. Taking the showdown value, it seems. And now 8 high surely needs to bluff at it.
Bets 15,000.
Fires in a small bluff. Gets the job done.
Small blind, please. 6,000.
Blinds are up. 6,000, 12,000, 12,000 ante as well. Three-handed. That deadly 24,000 burden comes very, very quickly. Chan is the clear short stack. It's going to feel that burden the most. Brian limps with the 10-8 off. Joe Wong's randomizer says time to raise it up with the Queen 6 off. It's a great candidate. If you're played back at, you don't mind folding. It's only an extra blind that he raised, so Brian, who tends to call anyway, was always calling. Now the 9 deuce tray hits the flop, I believe, as the graphics are yet to catch up. Very dry board. And Joe checks again. Lost the previous hand like this. Jack, 9. My apologies. 9, deuce, tray, and then a 5, I believe. I was thinking back to the hand where Joe Wong checked twice with the Jack 8. Allowed Brian to take it down with a bet on the river. Similar story brewing here. Perhaps 35,000, 10 high now firing. Queen 6, thanks to the 5 coming in, does have the gut shot to the higher straight draw. Queen high makes the call. It's actually the best hand. 7 is a miss. The 6 does work as a blocker. The nut straight, of course, would be 8-6. Both players actually have a blocker to the 8-6. Brian is the one who started telling some sort of story with the bet on the turn. Does he want to continue?
$11,000. 11.
11 what? The dealer?
What should I do? He said 11,000, but he's supposed to mean by 110,000.
Yeah, this is confusing. Brian said 11,000. I feel fairly confident he meant 110,000 because blinds, of course, are 6,000, 12,000.
Player verbally said 11.
This could be really unfortunate because the 110,000 bet would have certainly gotten the job done.
He says 11, but he meant he would like to bet 110,000 instead. So you only can bet 11,000. The minimum is 12, so it's 12.
Okay.
He's forced to bet the minimum. But perhaps with his intention of 110
If you're not sure, just
being said out loud, Joe just makes the minimum call. What just happened? Is there a graphical error? Oh, there we go. No, Joe realizes he's actually won with the queen high. Unfortunate turn of events there, tough break. The misspeak of saying 11 instead of 110 likely costing Brian that pot.
small blind, please. 6,000. Raise is 30,000.
Pocket eights for Brian. After that bad beat, so to speak, of him saying 11,000.
All in.
4 wins all in.
How much is it?
All in, says Chan. Understandable with King 10 suited, but pocket ace is just so strong. Surely this gets called.
幾個大盲？
18,300. 183,000.
Call.
183,000.
Yeah, call.
Okay. All in with a color. Draw card, please.
There's the call. We have a flip. Chan at risk. Chansey. Does need to catch a 10, a king, perhaps some spades to stay in the game. There's the 10. Takes the lead. Only losing to 2 outs now. That's not one of them. Did stand up. Use that stand-up equity, as we sometimes call it. Pretending like you have to leave soon. Try and get the favor of the poker gods. Sits back down. Has found the double up. A crucial one that does give him a comfortable second in chips.
Thank you.
Brian and Chan almost having swapped stacks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's the new chip count. Joe Wong, of course, still on top, but Chan now 32 bigs. Brian now the shorter stack, 18 big blinds. Still plenty to work with. We just saw what one all-in can lead to. They're all going for first. I have no doubt in my mind about that. They've all locked in $500 apiece. $750 is the next prize. $1,000 to the first place finisher. But that APT trophy to fight for. Once we get down to heads up, of course, we take a short break. But the trophy in the middle gave both players that extra incentive to go for it.
5 calls.
Two suited hands. Heading to the flop. One of each suit. No pair to be found. Ace 5 deuce rainbow. Chan is the pre-flop aggressor. Ace high boards certainly should be favoring him. Eyeing how much to raise perhaps. Taking a look at the blind level.
5 seconds.
Getting the time warning, by the way. He's out of time banks, as I was mentioning earlier. Could make a difference if he's faced with a tough decision, but for now, gets the job done. Widens the gap between himself and the new third place, Ryan.
我會講廣東話。
其實你兩個冇 time bank 就有啲趕，所以
我計數計得慢嘅。
講聲 Small blind please 6,000.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Ryan forced to give a walk there.
Yeah, 4 and 5 folds and 8 took the small blind. It's my answer, please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
King Jack for Brian. Counting out his chip stack. Does not go for the all-in. Knows how strong King Jack can be three-handed. 2 X-rays. Queen 9 for Joe Wong. He's been very, very aggressive from the blinds. But now Brian has... Well, just calls for now. I was going to say Brian has under 15 big blinds to start. Completely changes the dynamics in terms of which hands he chooses to 3-bet. In this case, just going to speculate with the Queen 9 off. Brian in a good spot. King Jack in position, V Queen 9. Another ace high dry board, ace 8 deuce rainbow. Quick check.
Five bets, 15,000.
A small C bet. Joe has not released yet. Wow. Wow, wow, wow is all I can say once again. These guys playing as though they can see each other's cards. Joe puts Brian to the ultimate test for all of it. simply wagering that his opponent does not have an ace. Perhaps would have gone all in pre-flop. Perhaps would have bet differently on the flop. Putting it all together, takes the absolute air of queen high and gets the king high to fold. I continue to be impressed by all these players, but Joe and Brian in particular have outdone themselves. Well-timed aggression. What a masterclass. I mean, how do you even play against a player like that?
It's raised to 55.
That's the problem. When players are aggressive, you just have to sit and wait to catch hands, and then hope to get paid. Chan now with the absolute monster. Ace-10 suited 3-handed is very, very strong. The open is huge for some reason. 55,000, 4.5 big blinds. It's designed to throw off exactly the player on your screen right now, Chan. Look at this. The ace-10 of diamonds finds the fold. I've seen this a lot, actually. If you just raise it up to a sizing that is completely erratic, you get some huge folds because players now think they have to commit their whole stack to 3-bet and fight against you. What a result there. Getting the ace-10 suited to fold, picking up the big blind and big blind anti-combo. Joe was trying to say he's committed in case Brian decided to go all in. And of course, he'd left himself enough room such that he would be able to raise if Brian went all in. Chan just inputted all those variables into his poker computer and decided the fold was the right way to go. Just avoid all that trouble.
For raise to 28.
All in.
5 went all in.
All in. Queen Jack suited. Great hand to 3-bet jam. Is the ace the right hand to call it off with? Ace 4 off.
Call.
Call. Brian the one at risk now. We saw Chan win a flip. This is an effective flip. Look at the equities. Almost dead even. So if Chan can win this one as well, we'll be down to heads up. If not, the stacks will once again flip-flop between the two shorter stacks on the table. 2 clubs on the flop, 8-6 deuce. 2 overs and a flush draw. The equity is still even. And there it is. The club just locks things up. Brian will find the double up. Okay, so far, Chan wins 1. Brian wins 1. Flips, that is.
$111.
There it is. Joe Wong, of course, still in cruise control. 73 big blinds, but 20 and 23 big blinds behind. Fairly even stacks. If they were to bust each other, one of them was to bust each other, which almost happened twice. It'd still only be up to about 42 bigs or so. versus the 70+ big blind stack of Joe Wong. Certainly the clear favorite at the moment. An ace for Brian. 20 bigs on the button.
5 raise to 30,000. Eight fold.
2.5x open. And the ugly Jack 3 on the big blind.
Four fold.
你下次可以講咗幾多籌碼先，即係咁咪可以即係個時間就可以慳到啲咯。
其實如果講咗 raise， 跟住我再推個籌碼出嚟，
就係嗰個咯，
應該就可以係啦。咁講咗 raise
係
先啊嘛。
但係你講咗幾多數字就係嗰個數字。
係啦，冇得變。
佢就唔會再 time count 嚟㗎啦。24.
Raise to 24,000. Four fold.
Call.
5 calls. Check.
$32.
8 bet 32,000.
Both players having top pair could spell danger here. Joe Wong in control. All in, says Brian.
Can I have count, please?
This could certainly be it. Joe has to call here. Top pair is just too strong. Brian can have many bluffs. 2 overs and a straight draw comes to mind with the 8-7. Perhaps the 5-4s, 5-3s of the world. And of course, once in a while an overpair, but King 6 just does so well against a range of hands that would play like this, including exactly what Brian has, top pair and a weaker kicker.
24,000 total.
Joe has not really been the hero folding variety. This would require a hero fold, would be mistimed. Brian is drawing very thin, makes the call.
Overpair. 6 number.
Disappointed.
Nice call.
Brian
Turn him in.
on the verge of elimination here. Needs 3 outs. One of the 8s now has added some outs in the form of some potential chops. That's not one of them.
Oh, thank you.
Fist bumps all around and a double thumbs up to the camera as we lose Brian. An incredible showing at this final table. Walks away with $500 and of course had the main event ticket locked up. But Joe Wong, the vacuum cleaner on this table, now going to heads up with a massive chip lead. Look at those stacks. GG to Brian, by the way. What entertainment. The King 7 4 bet, multiple 3 bets, fighting back against the chip leader. who gives a fist bump to the camera. We are going to now set up for heads up between Joe Wong and Chan. Chan, see him, I believe, is how he would pronounce his name. 96 bigs to 20 bigs, almost a 5-1 chip lead. We will cut for a 15-minute break as the players set up for the heads-up battle. We will, of course, put out the beautiful APT Lions trophy that they will be fighting for and that extra $250. It has been an absolutely sensational final table here. I'm guessing if you've been following along, you agree, and you will not want to go anywhere as we come close out this event. Heads up. Stick with us. We will be right back.
Can I get some green chips instead, maybe?
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
She need my time blank. I don't know why. I thought already. you need my time blank, right? Okay, I'll change it.
Để có機會去。其他嘢後話啦 ，enjoy 咗個 game 先。
咁佢算唔算第四名？
第四名。 Kickoff.
4 calls. Only with a color, show card please.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Excuse me, sir. Explain to me like I'm 5. How do I play Big O? I want to learn. I don't know how to play it.
I don't want to give away too much strategy, but always have an ace in your hand.
Deuce to 7 all in.
I'm very confused how to play Big O. One guy says have an ace in your hand. One guy says 7 deuce all in. Let's see if someone else knows how to play Big O. You have to make a high hand and a low hand.
Yeah. Sometimes high hand, low hand, different people split the pot.
It's a split pot game. The best high hand wins half the pot. The best low hand wins half the pot.
Yeah.
I got that. Cool. Cool.
Ah, cool.
You get 5 cards. You can only use 2 in your hand, and you use 3 on the board. You want to make your best high hand and your best low hand. And if you don't know, trust me, the other players will help.
Because it's a community here. We're not just here to take your money.
You don't think the other players would help him to be a better Big O player?
You think they would just exploit you for your money?
No, mixed game players aren't like that. Mixed game players are the best players out there.
You get the high hands, you don't want to play them that much, so be careful with the high hands. Never leave home without an ace. Play low cards, do your best, forget the rest.
You get 5 cards, and you've got to use 2. Same as Hold'em, you get a flop. Highest hand gets half the pot, lowest hand gets half the pot. But the lowest hand's got to be lower than an 8.
That was the most concise and simple explanation I've heard of Big O today. Thanks, bro. I want to play Big O.
Go for it. It's right there.
You actually have 4 or 5?
6 on the flip.
Oh my goodness. I think I'm dead. I'm dead, right? It's over.
I don't think about what you have.
That was awesome. That was really great. It's not about winning the game. It's about like learning how to play. It's a pay-to-learn game. That's what poker is. Wow, that was fun learning about Big O. Lots of interesting tips and rules and things. But if you want to try something new, or if you're tired of Hold'em, come on in, join the fun at APT. We've got lots of mixed games. We're known for our mixed games, and we've got a fun one every single day. If you want to learn more, please go to apt.poker. Elfie, do you know what day it is today?
I think it's Mystery Bounty Hunter.
That's right. Why is it a mystery?
Where is the mystery bounty?
That's right. Where's that 20 million won mystery bounty? We don't know. We're gonna find out. Let's go bounty hunting.
It's a 5. Oh, come on, 2 or 1. Okay.
After plenty of bust outs and plenty of bounties pulled, we're now down to our final 2 players. Okamoto Shina of Japan versus Sang Soo-hang of Hong Kong. And Shina Okamoto all in for turn line with ace-jack versus queen. Seems to find an ace. Hits a jack. Needs to find a queen or an ace. And that's going to be it. That's going to be a good game for Shina Okamoto, placing second in the Mystery Bounty Hunter event. And a big congratulations to Dicky of Hong Kong. You just won the Mystery Bounty. How are you feeling, man?
I feel very amazing because when the heads-up stage, I am about 9 to 1 chip, so I think pretty lucky.
Congratulations to Dicky for winning the Mystery Bounty and of course also winning one of the big prizes. Go ahead, Dicky. Let's see what we got here. Guaranteed 7-0. We've got 10 million Korean won. Dicky, what are you gonna do with this money?
Pay more high roller.
Gee, Elfin, I'm sure glad we solved that mystery, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure you hit that follow button. And to learn more about the APT, go to apt.poker. Pew, 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 pew.
欢迎来到 APT 仁川2023 Nation A 台湾 Final Table， 让我们一起去看看玩家们怎么说吧。
Ooh, Queen 7 has jammed and 5-4 suited in the big blind has called off. And look at this.
It's a queen.
A huge 1.1 million chips. Look at this. Oh, the queen, but it's hearts. It is GG.
Oh wow, snap gold. Let's go.
Tough luck.
恭喜你打到 Final Table， 跟大家介绍一下你叫什么名字？
我叫哈基妹。
为什么你喜欢打 Nature A 呢？
因为如果你赢的还有 GG Cheer， 我觉得很好玩。
恭喜新伦打到 Nature A Final Table， 想要问你一下，是第一次来到 APT 吗？
对，第一次。
那你觉得今天来到这边心情如何？
还是蛮兴奋的，一开始很紧张啊，因为也是第一次到线下打，所以很多规则都还不懂。
Well, there we go. Pocket eights. Pocket eights in a good position to find that first double up. Well, how about this? This could be sad. Almost a flip. 1 over and a flush draw.
Oh, there's a diamond.
Oh, there it is. It's over.
Fantastic.
Well, there we go. Champion.
恭喜你达到第2名，你觉得心情怎么样？拿到这个第2的名次？
我觉得非常棒，我对自己非常的满意了。
那可以跟我们说一下，你为什么喜欢打 N8 吗？
因为它上面的桌子很多啊，就是可以让我们想要玩的时候就可以玩。
对你来说，你比较喜欢线上游戏呢，还是来到现场的比赛？
其实像这样的游戏我都蛮喜欢的，线上有线上的好玩之处，现场也有它好玩的地方。
谢谢，再次恭喜你
Nature A，
让我们恭喜台湾崇义，
耶！
你觉得现在心情如何？
很开心，很开心。很久没有拿奖杯了。对，后来刚好在线上刚好看到这个台湾的比赛，就想说，支持台湾，可以跟台湾的玩家切磋一下，就来打了。对啊。
想要问你在打线上跟现场的时候，最大不同的地方，你觉得在哪里？
现场比较好玩，因为可以跟玩家互动，还可以观察对手到底在干嘛这样子。我就是比较喜欢打现场的。
说你有什么话想要对你的家人说吗？
哦，没有，我又拿冠军了。
又拿冠军 again， 你说又拿一次冠军，再次恭喜你。
谢谢。
如果你想知道更多详情，欢迎上 APT.poker。
Welcome to the final table of our record-breaking Superstar Challenge, $10,000 US buy-in, and we had a record-breaking 72 entries, generating a prize pool of 873 million Korean won. Also, at this final table, we have internationally renowned poker superstar Elkie in the mix. Let's get right into the action. Julian Kleiber of Germany out in 9th place. Jeffrey Loh of Hong Kong eliminated in 8th place. And GG's to Wing Po Liu of Hong Kong eliminated in 7th place. And that's a good game for Bertrand Elkie Grospellier of France out in 6th place. And that's a good game for Daniel Hyungyin Lee of the US of A out in 5th place. And that's going to be a good game for Abraham Sisvin of Singapore out in 4th. Sailor Thanisorn of Thailand out in 3rd. And we're now down to heads up. Woo Junhao of Singapore versus Kevin Choi of Hong Kong.
Good. Makes the call.
And that's going to be a good game for Kevin Choi of Hong Kong, placing 2nd. And that means that Woo Junhao of Singapore is our champion of the Superstar Challenge. Mr. Woo Junhao, congratulations on winning the Superstar Challenge. You're the superstar, you're the one. Anything you want to say for the friends and family back home?
I mean, towards the bubble, I ran pretty hard. I got in a 4-way all-in, and I woke up with kings on a big blind, so the luck factor involved is also very important.
Very humble answer. Well, congratulations again, and we'll see you at more APT, yes? Thank you so much for watching. Smash that follow button, and for more information about the APT, go to apt.poker.
Welcome everyone, I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and I'm here inside the poker room of the lovely Paradise City Casino in the beautiful city of Incheon. And today, I'm going to explain to you why you need to come and stand in this exact spot at the end of the summer. First, you get to come to South Korea. It's an amazing country. You're going to land at the airport, and we're like 10 minutes from there. You can almost walk off the plane into the property. We're 40 minutes from downtown Seoul by train. It's truly just one of the loveliest cities in all of Asia. And after the sun sets, the city transforms and you get to discover it all over again. Now the second, and I'm pretty sure I'm contractually obligated to say the most important, is the poker. From August 25th to September 3rd, we're going to be here for 10 days. More than 50 tournaments, more than 10 variations, draw, hold'em, stud, Omaha, if you name it, I'm probably going to let you play it. Buy-ins from 300,000 all the way for our Superstar Challenge to 13 million. And of course, there is the crown jewel of every Asian Poker Tour festival, the main event. 2.3 million gets you a shot at a 1.3 billion guarantee. That's approximately 1 million US dollars. And you can get a share of that, maybe even the lion's share. Trust me, look at our trophies. If you come and you stand here at the end of August, well, not exactly here, you have to sit in one of those for like 5 days. But at the end, you could hold a trophy, you could stack up all of this cash, we'll take your picture, it'll be fantastic. Trust me, you really should come. Like, it won't be the same without you. Like, I'll have like one less person in the event. So, come on, let's go.
Man, how are you still holding up? Like, this is spicy.
You find it spicy?
Yeah.
I leveled it up. Maybe my immunity is very high. Spice.
Josh is just better. This show is not about Ray crying at the end of every video. Oh my God. Hello. Welcome to APT Attractions, and this time we're doing hot. No, like for legal reasons, we can't use that word. What we're doing is Ray and friends eating some hot wings. Today with me is Josh McCauley from Australia. What's up, man?
Well, not much. How you doing?
Glad to have you here. Can you take spice?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. So we're here in Incheon, South Korea. Have you been here before?
No, first time.
You've heard of Korean fried chicken, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Before we get to the crazy things, let's have one without sauce first.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah,
Let's
dig
do
in.
it. Let's do it.
Oh, it's gonna be messy. But okay, in a good way, it's fine.
Good, delicious.
So, you've been to most of the APT stops recently, but I don't think I know a lot about you. I only know you're from Australia. You're
correct.
So, but where are you based out of mostly right now?
Mostly out of Bangkok in Thailand. And I was originally born in UK.
Oh,
yeah. So I was born in UK.
Learn something new.
Yeah. But we moved when I was 3 years old, so I don't really have any like memories or recollect living in the UK.
Yeah.
And then we went to Sydney, and then to Melbourne, and then to Brisbane. Brisbane and Sunshine Coast. Well, that was mostly where I grew up as a teenager and a kid. Yeah.
I see. Actually, so I did a little research on you. I looked you up on Hand Them Up. You guys can do the same. You have a massive amount of online winnings. You're really a more online player as well?
Yeah, predominantly online, but this year I've been like branching out to play live poker as well. And I've got a few results the previous years, but mostly was online.
Remember, this is not the other show. This is Ray and friends eating hot wings. So we prepare some sauce. Actually, the first one's kind of interesting because I don't think this is even spicy. This is a gochujang. Gochujang is what you would see in like what they call a bibimbap. But anyway, let's go for it. I mean, even if it's not spicy.
Let's do it. May as well, right?
Okay, give you a little bit. Give myself a little bit also. All right, let's go at it.
Dig in?
Let's dig in.
Butter it up.
It's even a little sweet.
Yeah. That was my first impression, a bit sweet.
It's not bad though.
Not bad. Definitely not spicy though.
No.
Not at all.
You know what? Let's try to get to something that may be spicy. Let's try the next one too. This one, yeah, I throw away the packaging, but also does not look spicy, huh?
My first impression was it looked like a Hershey's chocolate sauce from the packaging, but
yours to get with. It's not chocolate sauce.
Yeah, definitely. I hope not.
But it does look like.
It does look like
chocolate sauce.
Similar. I think we got to butter it up a bit more.
Yeah, let's
lather it up.
Let's do that.
It's got an interesting taste.
Yeah. Still more barbecue-y than anything, honestly, to me. Okay, so Josh, how long have you been playing poker?
Yeah, I first started in the end of 2014.
Okay, great. So about 8-9 years?
Yeah, about 8-9 years. And I was sort of, at university, working 2 jobs and trying to play a bit of poker on the side.
Like a third job?
Not for a job, just for fun. For poker, was just for fun, yeah.
Oh, that's already to go.
Right? Yeah. And then a few years passed, didn't do uni, quit uni, and I was starting, actually poker, it's quite an interesting game. I was starting to do well. I kept playing more and more and more. And basically, by about 2017, I decided to turn professional.
So I assume you start really low stakes?
Yes, correct, yeah. So I basically started at depositing $10 and then trying to play,
$10 is, very small.
Very small. It's the minimum deposit. You can't go any lower. So I was playing, 1 cent, 2 cent cash games, or play, a 10-cent sit and go, maybe a 50-cent sit and go, $1 sit and go. Then you look, oh, there's a tournament, 50-cent tournament. I'll try that one. And that's sort of how, you sort of $10 deposit, lose. All right, next time, $10 deposit, lose. Then $10 deposit, maybe after a week or two you win $30. And then you start building from there.
Wow, man, fascinating. So you know what? Let's go for the big boss. So this one comes with the fried chicken. This says red spicy seasoning. Let's do that. And before we get to the big boss.
Yes.
How about that? Okay, let's do
that.
Let's do this first.
Okay, sauce. Big right.
Welcome back. We are here wrapping up the Natural 8 Hong Kong event here at APT Incheon, coming to you live from South Korea, the Paradise Casino. What a final table this has been for an event that started online for Natural 8 Hong Kong players. Coming down to the final two here, the player you see in front of you, Chan Ji-him. He's had an incredible journey coming up to this heads-up portion. Has really stuck around. Has had a roller coaster ride, but perhaps the player of note at the moment is Joe Wong. Has him covered, 3.5 to 1 chip lead. Each of these players has locked up $750 on top of winning the main event ticket, of course. Worth $1,700, not too shabby for a $150 buy-in. But Joe Wong looking to close this out and win that APT trophy, the Lion trophy you see in the middle of the table. Joe Wong says all in, by the way. Maximum pressure on the very first hand. King 5 off. Could have trouble withstanding the heat. As if to make my point, Joe Wong has been an absolute monster on this table. Aggressive to the extreme. Always looking to apply pressure. Now the chip lead almost 5 to 1. Or indeed more than 5 to 1. Joe looking to get this heads-up battle over with quickly. Let's not forget the big blind and big blind ante does come into play even in the heads-up portion. So 14 big blinds. Feels a little bit shallower when 2 of those have to go in when you're on the big blind. Pocket queens now for Joe. Certainly does not need a hand to be ultra aggressive, but what is he going to do with an absolute monster?
26.
Stay balanced. Be aggressive. Raising to 26. Not sure that the dealer has caught that that might not be a legal raise. Blinds are at 8,000, 16,000. Doesn't matter too much as he gets the fold. Was looking to make it perhaps a little more than 2x at the last blind level, which was 6,000, 12,000. So as I mentioned, 2 more blinds. Going away from the stack of Chan Ji-him in favor of his fellow countryman Joe Wong. Chan, by the way, no spring chicken, has some incredible live results. Joe not as well known, at least in the live tournament circles. Well-known player from Asia though. Frequent grinder on Natural 8. $1.2 million be 185k, a 6 to 1 chip deficit for Chan to climb through. It'll take a few all-ins. Ten deuce now for Joe. 9 bigs for Chan. Certainly all in or full territory. Chan has found a great hand, Queen Jack suited. Joe puts him all in. I don't think Chan can let this one go. If he finds the call, he'd be in great position to double up. 72% equity. Surely this finds its way to the middle. Chan is holding his card. He lets it go. Bit of a misstep there. Queen Jack suited just so strong. 2 big blinds already in the middle. 9 left behind. You're getting pot odds as well. Had to find the call there. That could be an important fold. could make all the difference in this heads-up match.
Small part, right?
This is why aggression can pay such dividends. Never know, your opponent might fold an absolute monster. Fold equity. It's perhaps the strongest type of equity sometimes. Mind you, I misspoke a bit earlier. Seems like the time banks have not been replenished for the heads-up portion. Makes sense. We're a 6-handed final table, so you just start with the time banks at the start of the final table and utilize them. Time management, just like in chess, can be an important piece of the puzzle here in poker. We did see Chan burn some time banks in slightly marginal situations. Hopefully he doesn't regret that. Joe seems to have 2 left behind. Each of those is worth 30 seconds, by the way. You get 30 seconds per each decision on the shot clock, after which you need a time bank. If you don't toss in a time bank, or you don't have a time bank left such that you can pay for the extra time later on, your hand is actually declared dead. King Queen suited, by the way, an easy all in here. 9 big blinds for Chan. A raise does the same trick. Effectively commits himself, but might get weaker hands to be in the mix. On the one hand, I like that he's trying to maximize his value with a hand as strong as King Queen suited. It's a higher variance approach, believe it or not, to be raising here. Your opponent getting a great price to call, try and peel. And you might be committed on most boards, but if you can get your opponent to commit more chips with a weaker holding, which is the case here, that could also be useful. A jam might have forced Joe to fold, and Joe goes all in anyway with the Jack-8 suited. Quick call. This could be it. Joe Wong has absolutely dominated this table.
So
did have a nemesis in the form of Brian. Was fighting back against Joe, especially pre-flop. This time around, Joe is behind, needs a jack or an 8 to just finish this tournament. Doesn't find one on the flop. Still live though. 6 outs. 1 card to come. Otherwise, Chan finds the double up. There's the king. 322,000 goes the way of Chan. 20 bigs to 67 bigs. Suddenly, things seem just about possible. That's the beauty of heads up. Couple of double ups back in the game. Let's do the math. If he doubles up now, he'll have 40 bigs. Joe would have 47. And then we'd have a match on our hands, right? Joe needs to factor that in as well. He actually 3-bet jammed the Jack-8 suited all in, despite Chan not really having enough of a stack behind for Joe to have much fold equity. Certainly aggression has worked out for Joe in most situations. That might have been the time.
Thank you very much.
To actually peel a flop, but he just went for it. Doubles Chan up. Hopefully a bit careful now.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So here we are, heads up. The 1,200 Hong Kong dollar buy-in online tournament. Going all the way down to 2 players. Starting off with 139 players. All 6 final tablists getting main event tickets. As I said, partly tongue-in-cheek. Whichever main event flight Joe Wong ends up in, beware. The aggression is just unparalleled. What a treat for me to cover this event, by the way. On the heels of the Influencer Challenge. Understandably, recreational players, our influencers, especially the two players who went to Heads Up, Kirk and Angel. Both models, new to poker. Put on a great show, but this is a different level of elite play.
Sorry.
Good time maybe to remind you of the screen names of these two players. Joe Wong is known as Jokes 2. I suppose Jokes 1 was taken. And Chan Zihim goes by Kaza Chan, or sometimes just Kaza. $10-9 off now. Wow, playing tight. That's the power of aggression as well. It gets your opponent to make tight folds, to give you walks. On the button, heads up. Supposed to be opening hands as wide as 10-9 for sure. Chan just not wanting to tango, knowing that Joe can just raise it up at any point, wants to have more of a hand before he gets involved. His stack depth also not allowing for too much flexibility. He can't really call 3 bets with hands as speculative as 10-9. He certainly cannot shove 10-9 off for 18 bigs. So he just decided to let it go, move on to the next one. An ace now for Joe. This is a man who seems to have studied the charts. Knows he has to go all in, 16 bigs. Effective. Gets the fold. And ace once again for Joe. Rags for Chan. He did fold the 10-9 off on the button. The 6-4 off is in fact one of those hands you can be folding. Just think about it as maybe continuing with the top 80% of your range. 6-4 off certainly does not fall within that. Some players will go as wide as 90% on the button with that big blind ante to fight for. Good timing there for Chan. Was certainly getting jammed or re-jammed on with the suited ace in the hands of his opponent. Joe just ready to pounce every hand. Get the job done, win that trophy. Two big blinds go into the middle every time you're not on the button.
35.
One for the ante, one for the blind. Joe takes 9-5 off. Goes a little bit over the min raise, and Jack deuce off is an ugly sight. Let's go. Another one gets through. How much more of this can Chan take? Joe Constantly raising, constantly getting it in there. Chan, of course, has waited for his spots. Gets it all in ahead against Joe with that king queen. Finds the double up. Now we're talking ace jack off. And certainly just shove it all. As long as he stays balanced and shoves weaker holdings as well. Goes for the raise, 32. Joe could get into trouble if he decides to use his usual gear of hyper-aggression. A king is considered good enough to jam.
Raise.
Is he going to turn it into a rejam? Indeed he is. Raise, he says. Effectively committing himself. That's 100,000 in chips. At least. I love the aggression of this man. But he seems to have not learned his lesson. The last time around, the min raise had come from King Queen. A hand that was easily able to call it off. All in, says Chan. Unfortunate news for Joe, but he is going to call. And once again, Chan is at risk. 65% equity, though, is way ahead. But Joe looking to close this one out if he can catch a king or a 5. As we head to the flop. No king, no 5. Clean so far. 2 clubs, though. Some backdoor flush draw equity added. Some backdoor straight draw equity as well. All leading to 26%. 6 outs. The backdoors disappear. Safeguard on the turn in the form of the 6 of hearts. King or 5 only. Okay. The fist bump and the sigh of relief. 472,000. In fact, another double fist bump. Chan now has given himself a fair shot at this one. Almost exactly a 2-1 chip lead. He is back in the game. One more of these and the stacks will be flipped and he'll be the one with the 2-1 chip lead. Everybody loves a comeback story. Okay. Is Chan Ji Him mounting one? Joe has been just willing to gamble, often knowing that if called, he's going to be behind. The Jack 8, where he 3-bet jammed. Now the King 5, where he 3-bet jammed. And heads up, these hands are often going to have, theoretically, the right play to make, but he needs to change the perceived range of when his opponent opens, considering how much Chan has been folding. If Joe could see the cards the way you and I can, and see how Chan has been folding hands as strong as 10-9 off on the button, I promise you he would adjust, not shove these King 5s. But of course, he doesn't have access to the whole cards like us.
One six.
Raise 36.
46.
36.
36.
3 2s off. And Joe announces a raise. Not in the mood to slow down one wee bit. Street poker being played here.
Call.
Jack 10 off for Chan. Makes the call as we head to the flop. Around 1.4 million chips in play. 88,000 in the middle. Jack 10 3, a glorious top 2 for Chan. And just to add salt to the wound, bottom pair for Joe. This could spell danger. Chan deciding to donk at it. Sees the board is very wet, very connected. All kinds of ace king, ace queen, king queen would still continue. Of course, heads up, it's hard to make a pair. Any hand that's made a pair would continue. And of course, so many straight draws and flush draws possible as well. Chan deciding to take the betting lead. 30k does get called. A king on the turn now. Slightly scary card, but with 2 pair and a king being in the range of Joe, Chan should be betting out. There we go. A huge bet of almost 100k, it seems. Wants to get value in case Joe has a king. Usually a king would be accompanied with some sort of a draw as well, considering the flop float. Joe lets it go. Look how the gap has closed, 55 to 33 blinds. $750 locked. The players are playing for an additional $250, but let's face it, that's not the key, is it? It's that APT Lion trophy you see in the middle. The one you want on your mantelpiece. The new era APT trophy. Designed so thoughtfully by the team. By the way, what I haven't done today is highlighted my favorite events happening from the day. I had fun with Greg recounting all the fun events one could be a part of here at the APT. Today is, of course, Wednesday, the 30th of August. Apart from the Hong Kong final table you're watching right now and the Natural 8 Thailand final table being streamed at 7 p.m. Plenty of events out there on the floor that are not being streamed. Let me tell you about a few favorites of mine. Firstly, Omaha Holic, which I'm not pronouncing correctly because I think it's spelled Omaholic. It's Omaha High, which is standard PLO.
Oh, yeah.
It's also pot limit pre-flop and then no limit post-flop. Here's my question. Have you ever played no limit Omaha? Now how about playing that in a tournament?
Thank you.
How interesting would that be? And just a $375 buy-in at that. Also the second women's event. $300 buy-in there as well. The women's event yesterday was a $225 buy-in, so slightly larger stakes. Of course, we have the main event, 2 flights today, 1C, 1D, 30-minute levels. We have the usual double stack. We have at this point in the series. Just means you start off deeper stacked. And then, once it hits about 8 p.m., 3 fun ones to close it out. No limit, deuce to 7 single draw. A game that is really catching fire in the poker world. It's a very bluff-heavy game. Honestly, for those of you who like looking your opponent in the eye and making decisions, I recommend some draw games. So much of it is about a feel for your opponent. Event number 50 then starts at 10 p.m. The double board single winner hyper turbo. Think about it. 2 boards for your hand. So 2 flops, turn and reverse. And then of course event number 51 starts at midnight because after all it is the midnight TikTok. TikTok means you start out with 20-minute levels. Just for reference, we're playing 40-minute levels over here. And every hour, the amount of time in between levels reduces. So it goes from 20-minute levels to 15 to 10 and by the 4th hour to 5-minute levels. Absolute madness. So APT has it all. Mixed games, splashing around games, of course, influencer challenges, and natural aid online final tables. And lastly, the coveted main event, and of course, some high rollers. Back to the action. Not much to write home about for Joe, but has managed to find himself putting in chips into the spot. Now Chan decides he's going to be betting his own holding here with trips. That's the fold from the 7 high. Chan surely has to be brimming with confidence after the comeback he has already mounted during the heads-up portion of this final table. Now has ace-10 off on the button. Clear opening hand. And can we take a moment to observe and acknowledge and appreciate that card protector? Or is it even a card protector at that point, or just a good luck charm? Is it a rubber duck in front of him? Dressed in denim, maybe? Or dressed in a cape with a tiara? Not exactly sure. Joe is pausing and has some plans, reaching for a huge stack. Mercifully decides against a 3-bet. Simply a call. Queen 6 off. Fairly loose, but of course you get pot odds when you're in the big blind. 17k to call, 65k in the middle, 5-1. And perhaps this is why. 9-6-4. Joe catches middle pair. Chan has nothing but 2 overs.
32.
And Joe donks it.
Call.
Ace-10 not going anywhere yet. 2 overs, some backdoors, and of course, could still be ahead. There's one of the backdoors. A 7 would now make a straight. So the outs for Chan are aces, 10s, and 7s. Joe has 3rd pair to the board now. Joe checks, and Chan seems to be wanting to use this opportunity to take this one down, treating his ace-10 like a float and not necessarily like the potential for being the best hand. The bet is small though. 50,000 to call. A queen gives Joe 2 pair on the river and a lot of added comfort. How does he approach this? He donked, which is to say bet out of flow on the flop, then check called the turn. And now is donking again. I'll tell you what, his hand looks pretty strong here.
475.
Given the line Joe has taken, once again, donk on the flop, check call on the turn, and then donk the river. I doubt Chan is considering any hero calls with the ace-10, but with the 10 blocker to the nut straight, could consider a bold raise. Not this time. Lets it go. Doesn't seem like his style. Wants to chip up once again the way he did getting into this hand. Ace-8 suited, very strong heads up in the big blind. But action on Joe Wong, 9-3 off. Gives the walk for once, good timing. Two to 1 chip lead now for Joe Wong. 60 bigs to 30 bigs. 30 bigs, still plenty deep for heads-up play.
Thank you. Thank you.
On to the next one. The players on this final table certainly giving us our money's worth with the action we have seen today. Started off the table. Of course, short one player, Kong Fung. Never made it, I believe, to Korea. Milk Dragon was his username. And what do you know, manages to finish fourth with the empty chair. Actually getting $350 despite not showing up. First player out. And look at this. Kings now for Joe. Has shown aggression with much weaker holdings throughout the table and even in this heads-up battle. Unfortunately for him, he gets the limp. No, I take that back. There is a raise. Joe gets a bit carried away, says all in. He interprets the raise with that extra 1,000 over the 2x as strong enough for having the potential to get action to an all-in. Kings is just so strong heads up. On the one hand, yes, you are staying balanced. You're shoving your extremely strong hands along with your weaker holdings. But kings and aces can make different exceptions, perhaps. If you 3-bet, chances are hands that are calling off an all-in could 4-bet jam anyway. For instance, additional pocket pairs. High cards with an ace in them. Missed opportunity perhaps, but does pick up a few chips. Now this is the heads up I'm used to. Rags versus rags. Joe doing what Joe does. raising it up.
Folds. Do I still have to mention the seat numbers now? Do I still have to mention about the seat numbers now? Okay. So just
63 to 25 bigs. 2.5 to 1 chip lead. That number, I believe, was as high as 6 to 1 at some point. People in chat, who are you rooting for, by the way? I know a lot of players who are also from Hong Kong are watching the stream on the APT Hong Kong channel. Covered, of course, by our friend Stephen Lai, who's often in the booth with me. But for the rest of you, let's hear it. Of course, Joe Wong has been the sort of hero of this table, coming in very hot, very aggressive. The chip lead maintained almost throughout. Rags versus Rags again. Joe did give one walk, I believe, from the button, but for the most part, barely seems to care what he has in his holdings. 3 deuce, now 5 tray, all being raised. Various sizing though, this time just the 2x. But 8 deuce is just so ugly to look down at. How do you continue? King 5 suited now. Not bad at all for heads up. Certainly will be opening it. Just over 2x. Queen deuce off, on the other hand, can go either way. Only 17,000 to call. Getting 4 to 1. Will peel.
Check.
2 pair for Chan. King, Jack, 5, 2 clubs. Smashes the flop. Check fold from Joe. Unfortunately for Chan, but good pickup nonetheless. Don't forget, if you want to be one of the participants in events like this, sign up for your Natural 8 account. And of course, if you want to be sitting at our feature table in Incheon or otherwise at the next event, the Hanoi Billions on December 1st, go to apt.poker, check out the schedule, book your tickets. Certainly will be seeing me in Vietnam. Come say hi, by the way. Always happy to show you around the production, the booth. King six of diamonds, I should say.
Call.
Raising on the button. Queen 9 finds the defense.
Thank you.
9-9-6. What a great flop for Shan. Not just because he's flopped top trips, but Joe has a huge piece of it. Two pair for Joe, 6s and 9s, with a great kicker. He'd be happily looking to put money into the middle.
How much?
It's 100,000, sorry, 100,000, sorry.
A huge continuation bet and over bet on this flop. Music to the ears of Chan, and the Hollywooding begins. What a life. Defend Queen 9. Board comes 9-9-6. And your opponent over bets.
sorry，佢呢度係
呢度係10萬啫。
10萬我 raise 啊，sorry，我冇講到 raise 啊。
He didn't say a thing. So it's a call. It's a call.
Slight misstep. Chan forcefully put some chips into the middle with the intention of raising it, but did not put at least 200,000, which would be the minimum raise. As a result, it counts as a call. That could be the signal Joe needs to perhaps slow down in this hand. After all, what would Chan be raising that would not at least have a pair right now, with the 7 coming in as well? And now Chan says all in. This is so unfortunate. If Chan had actually gone all in on the flop, Joe would have been forced into calling. Now the alarm bells need to be ringing. Of course, some hard draws might play this way, but looking at Chan's playing style over the course of this table, certainly would not compute that he was trying to what seemed like min raise the flop bet, and now donk jams on the 7 coming in.
30,300。
Plenty of hands that beat King 6. Very few hands that King 6 beats, and the ones that King 6 does beat, those hands will have plenty of equity.
100, 200, it's 300 here.
How sticky does Joe want to be? The best he can hope for is actually how he eliminated Brian. He had King 6 versus the 8-6. Lets it go. Good fold. The 100,000 overbet continuation bet possibly could have saved him money, taking the whole hand into account.
即係而家你
15分鐘。
15分鐘 break。
啱啱都 break 咗啦。
繼續啊。
繼續。They request to cancel the break, and they're gonna continue on the next blind level. There's supposed to be a 15-minute break, and player requests to cancel the break and keep on playing. So we are going to the next level. There's no breaking.
There you go.
And the now blinds is 10 and 20.
In case you missed it, technically a break was scheduled for now, but of course we took a break as we went down to heads up. The players mutually decided to cancel the break, and we move on to the next level.
1萬2萬。
Raise. Small blind.
Small blind.
Sorry 啊，你同
Floor out of
搞錯咗。
connection.
我 out turn 咗。
Out turn. one rising first. Raise. Min raise is 40.
Oh, sorry.
Raise to 40,000.
Okay.
You can react and you can fold, call, or raise.
Okay.
Call.
$2,000
20,000 bet.
Call.
Call.
Top pair for Chan. Increasingly in control of this match. Still the shorter stack, but the momentum certainly favoring him. Now the backdoor straight draw does come in for Joe Wong.
4,500
45.
$45,000 is the double barrel. Easy spot for Chan to just make the call with top pair. Top pair just so strong heads up.
No.
Raise.
Raise to 100,000. Say minus like 40K. So say is 40. Because we're not measuring in units of like thousands, we are another specific term for it. So every 10K we call it
Chan decides to
call.
raise, but not too much. Certainly, Joe will continue to draw to his nut straight outs. At least 6 of them absolutely clean. The 10 of spades, however, is not one of them.
Queen eye.
Shows down the top pair, takes it down.
你贏啊！你贏，你有傾喎。
係啊。Jordan. Thank you.
Look how close the stacks have come. This would be an incredible comeback story for Chan. Joe Wong's usual aggression not serving him well. Chan is just having too much of a piece whenever Joe decides to bluff at it.
Yes, yes. So please play the blinds. You're the small blind.
Okay.
2萬。
Read the card on the center. Okay. Okay. You got it? You got it? I go. Gone. He needs to put it slow. Go. Is that gonna be a disaster?
There it is. Almost an even heat. And in fact, the new chip leader now. Chan. Gee, him. What a comeback.
Raise. 45. Fold.
Ten deuce. Easily released. Look at this, 40 bigs now. A defining chip lead over Joe Wong. Can Chan be the one to close this out? 30 bigs, 40 bigs, plenty to work with when heads up. We still have plenty of action left here.
Call. Big blind option. Check.
Chan whiffs. So does Joe. But he has the betting lead and position. Fires in the half-pot C-bet. Will likely take it down. Bluffing with the best hand here, technically.
Fold.
Back and forth, back and forth. A true battle. $10-8 off now. I think back to when Chan folded the 10-9 off, but that time he did not have the chip lead. This time around, knows what to do with it. Opening on the button.
Where's the 45?
Blinds are up, by the way, 10,000, 20,000. Gets Joe to fold the queen 3 off. 14.5. I should say 1.45 million chips in play. Around 800 of them in the stack of Chan. Chan Ji Him has put on an incredible showing here in the heads up portion. Not as aggressive as his opponent perhaps, but using Joe's aggression against himself.
我来想象。4萬，4萬，4萬。
Where's the 40K?
Two X on the button. Any king, certainly good enough to do so in heads up. 10-4 hits the muck. On to the next one. As I told you at the start of the stream, you will be amazed at how hard the players on these final tables have fought. Despite the lack of huge pay ladders and even a huge top place prize, of course, all of them had locked up perhaps the main goal of this tournament, the main event ticket already, coming into the final table today. And yet here we are, just constantly exchanging blows, fighting for the chip lead, not getting in light, wanting to have the best of it. Certainly for the glory and that APT trophy, but also just goes to show the competitive spirit that got these players to the final 6 to begin with. Look at that, almost a dead even heat, 38-34 bigs.
所以我選擇扮牙咯。 選擇扮啞咯。
哦。
英文又唔好講咩英文。
Call. Pick one option, please. Check. That's 30,000.
Middle pair for Joe. Easy C bet. And if Chan finds the fold, just looking at the stacks, I believe they'll literally be dead even. Wow. 1,000 is the delta between the two stacks. And how about this? Here we are. It's almost like you signed up for a heads-up sit and go. Been given about 35 big blinds apiece. And now are battling it out for an APT trophy.
Raise.
45.
35.
Changing the sizing a little bit almost every time, Chan. This time 45,000. A little over 2K. And Queen 3 hits the mark despite being suited. Some discipline shown. You can hear the buzz on the floor behind these players. I believe that's day 1C of the main event. Probably on break or maybe coming to a close actually. You have many qualifiers who have played online on Natural 8. I'm talking about the main event here. Played day 1 from the comfort of their homes. Played the same number of levels as day 1 and day 2 of the live portion. And have qualified directly into the money for day 3. I think that's almost 170 players from all across Asia. Both of these heads-up finalists also did receive main event tickets. I believe Chan did play day 1A. Hopefully he made it into day 2. And Joe yet to play. This time around, the domination rotation favoring Chan. The 5 hits the turn. Any pair usually going to be good. Heads up.
Raise.
55.
Another king of the worst variety on the button.
Big line out of 10 raise.
Verbally say it, but I didn't bet.
Keep on going your direction. If you call, you gotta raise. Like call, 佢就一定要 raise 45000
Oh, I see. I believe Joe announced to raise.
Sorry,
He would have been verbally bound to it, but Chan just decides to fold.
penalty,
Minor hiccup, but doesn't matter too much in my opinion. Stacks fairly even still.
Sorry.
Okay.
Oh my word, Natural 8 Hong Kong was in the chat saying, we have the very same stream in Cantonese over at Natural 8 HK. Come watch. Stephen Lai swooping in and stealing the Cantonese viewers. All good, all good. Feel free to choose your own adventure, whether in English or Cantonese. It's all about the poker and the show that these gents are putting on as they battle it out for the trophy. The heads-up portion of every final table just seems so pure in terms of a battle, especially with that overhead shot, I should say. Just two opponents staring each other down every hand, have to be involved, have to make a decision every hand. Could all be over at any point.
Raise to 50,000.
An ace on the button. A 2.5x open. A suited king. Certainly supposed to defend. Lets it go, not chance style. Prefers to have the best of it or something more playable. If you're wondering why suited kings need to be defended, I mean, obviously flopping a king is great. Very often you'll have the best hand. And when it's suited, it's going to give you a lot of playability. For instance, if you flop a flush draw, you can raise it up, get better hands to fold. King 4 now. Once again, any king on the button should be coming in with a raise. Chan knows what to do. Cutting out the raise.
Raise.
55.
It's a big one. Almost 3x. Wong just folds it.
Raise to 45,000.
Look how even the stacks remain. 37 bigs to 34 bigs. And a polite thank you to the dealer. Very cool. Thank you indeed. Thank you to all the dealers, especially the ones at the feature table, who of course are crucial to our stream. But of course, each of them all around the poker floor, enabling the entire APT Incheon to take place. Over 70 events, many of them a variety of mixed games to be dealt. What an incredible job done by them. Rags on the button for Chan. He's been folding king. I mean, thinking back, I believe king 4 is what he let go. Certainly 7-3 off can be in the folding range. There we go. So for those of you in chat who are still with us, this time around we forgot to make predictions as to who reaches heads up. It certainly was looking like it could go any direction. Joe Wong was absolutely the clear favorite, but between Chan and his competitor Brian, Chan ended up winning a crucial flip, and here we are. Any predictions for who wins? It literally is a dead even heat. Certainly Joe Wong came in with the intention of wanting to take this entire event down. Hyper aggressive from the start, putting pressure from the start. Now perhaps players facing some fatigue, no doubt.
50.
They've been at it for, I believe, 6 hours. Maybe relying a little bit on the card distribution, not necessarily trying to muscle their opponents out on every street. 2.5x raise. 10-8 off. Lets it go. Patience is an interesting strategy to take, especially in live heads up. This is going to sound a little bit out there, but the meta game, the psychological factor of how every hand takes a little bit of time to deal. Once again, a shout out to our dealers. You see the multiple shuffle, the rifts, the wash, collecting the blinds, collecting the ante, and now we deal a hand. So why am I mentioning this? Well, every time you just kind of fold, if your opponent is not as patient as you, it just makes them a little bit more antsy. They need to wait all that time to see the next set of cards. They may or may not have been wanting to get some action. It's an interesting dynamic, especially in live heads up. It can really chip away at your opponent's psychological makeup. Maybe if they're playing their A game, they drop down to their A- game. Maybe if you caught them at the wrong time playing their B game, you can really take advantage when they get a little bit rattled at your patience. Of course, not saying it's intentional. Chan is simply making sure he doesn't get carried away with the typical ranges players end up playing heads up. Wants to be in the range where he is more comfortable. As a result, not defending those 8-10 offs, king 4 offs, etc.
$40. 40.
7 rate 40,000.
Raise.
Wow. Chan has had enough, does not want to wait for a hand. Makes a small 3-bet with the queen 3 off. Seems to have woken up from the slumber of just waiting for good cards. Wanted to make sure perhaps to preserve his chip lead by just one big blind. Gets the queen 5 off to fold. Could this be the start of a new gear? The 3 betting has slowed down ever since we reach heads up. An ace on the button now. Easy open.
Raise.
9 deuce, but it's suited. Could get tempted into peeling.
Call. Call.
7 45.
Indeed, what he does. Happily for him, the 9 and deuce are live as well. Almost 40% equity with the 9 deuce. Not so much now. Both players miss.
Raise.
3 bet 50,000. 7
Finds the courage to fire the continuation bet on the Jack 7-6 board and is rewarded and takes it down. And has a real chip lead after a while, 800k to 650k. Rags versus Rags. 8-3 off says 40. I think Joe Wong. I know they said something in Cantonese, but to me it sounded like same hand. Which would be uncanny, of course. John lets it go. Joe raising the 8-3 off there. I think a bit of a momentum play. It's not just about your cards. Sometimes in heads up, you want to make sure your opponent is not too confident. Risking raising with Rags to ensure that he remains within reach of Chan's chip stack. Does work out that time. Pocket 5s now on the button. Easy open.
Raise.
45.
Call.
7
Raise.
3 bet 50,000.
Wong has managed to outflop his opponent. Top pair now on the river. Should be going for value. Picked up chips and put them back. And picks them up again. Wants to go big. Half pot. Lots of draws possible. That could have missed. The deuce of spades on the river, an absolute brick. Is this the time for Chan to hero call? Wouldn't blame him. Let's it go. Good timing. Too many hands. Could be betting for value in that spot. And Joe Wong takes the chip lead back.
Call.
Well, seems like Joe is not folding any hands on the button. 8 deuce off. Limps on the button. 1 pip better than 7 deuce.
Raise.
So I suppose bottom of the range is going to be limping there. And Chan picks up on this perfectly. Raises out of position. With the king 6 off. Punishes the limp, takes it down. Very impressive stuff. It is so tough to make a prediction here. Both these players have their own strengths. Chan picking his spots. Joe relentless. Chan holding that rubber duck. I mean, it's not exactly protecting his cards, is it? So it's just a good luck charm, or maybe just a buddy to have around if you're lonely at the poker table.
Raise.
45,000.
Call.
Off to the flop. 10-7-5 rainbow. Joe has made middle pair. Chan did not connect. It's been checked to Chan. He has been firing continuation bets, whether he has it or not. This is a small one, under 1/4 pot. Middle pair certainly will not even consider folding, but the only question, call or raise. Just decides to end the hand. Widen that gap a little bit. What a heads-up battle this has been. Neither player willing to give the other one any rope. Make any misstep that would risk putting their tournament at risk. That would risk putting their tournament to a close, I should say. Just taking jabs. Exchanging the chip lead back and forth. Making the most of the structure, might I add. 40-minute levels, slow increments. That's the reason they can actually exert each other's skill advantages.
Every hand does not need to be an all-in. Of course, credit where it's due. Chan started off with a huge chip deficit, 4.5 to 1. Climbed back up, had the chip lead for a while as well. Now facing another open 8 deuce off on the button. Last time around it was limped. This time around it's raised. The randomizer fully at work. The Chan has 10-9 suited.
Call.
Very strong holding heads up. Just a call. A 6 high board. The 8 deuce actually ends up with a gut shot. But an easy continuation bet. Never mind. Grabs chips but checks. Would have looked pretty weak, except now the ace hits the turn. When somebody grabs chips and then checks, frankly, very often they'll have ace high. And I think Joe realizes that completely, as he immediately fires when the ace hits the turn. Gets the release from Chan. Very interesting awareness of his image and his perceived range there.
Raise.
3 raised. 45,000.
The 10 deuce is in the mix, and the flop comes 10 tray deuce. 2 pair for Joe Wong. Checks to the button. Chan has been religious with his continuation bets, but they have been punished by Joe a bit. Has that made him gun shy?
Raise.
Nope. Half pot. Jack 8 is basically air on that board. 10-3 deuce with Joe having so much of the board makes the perfect call only. And a jack, the best card in the deck for Joe and the seemingly best card in the deck for Chan as well, does give him some outs to runner outdraw the 2 pair of Joe Wong. And look at this, Joe now finding the perfect time to lead out. And Chan simply cannot fold, having just hit top pair. This spot is getting big. Lots of action killers possible on the turns, on the river I should say, with 3 spades on the board. So Joe just decided to donk at it. Chan has to be worried about a flush, given the line Joe has taken. But as I said, when you hit top pair heads up, folding that street is difficult. And there's the action killer. The 4th spade, neither player loving it. Least of all, Joe with the 2 pair. What? Converts 2 pair into a bluff. And thankfully for him, Chan doesn't have a spade. And perhaps thankfully for Chan, Joe did not go for a smaller value bet, Chan might have had to consider calling it off. Now it's just a pair on the 4 spade board. Chan can let it go, but my word. The aggression of Joe Wong. Risky, but impressive. By the way, I'm happy to announce that with Day 1C coming to a close for the main event, and combined with all the online entries, APT Incheon 2023 has set a new Korea record for the Asian Poker Tour with 742 main event entries already. That's over 1.4 billion Korean won in prize money. By the way, that exceeds the guarantee of 1.3, which was worth 1 million in USD. And flight 1D just started at 6 p.m. local time. And late registration, by the way, is open all the way till tomorrow, till day 2. I just wonder, this is so ambitious. And I wonder if we can somehow hit 1,000 entries. That'd be insane. I mean, it's too crazy to think about. 900 probably, the right goal. If not this time, then surely the next time. But thank you to so much who participated, helped setting this record. It's going to create a monster prize pool. We look forward to bringing you coverage of the main event, day 2, starting tomorrow. I'll be joined by Henry Kilbane in the booth. Been a while since Henry was covering one of the APT stops. He, of course, had a motorbike accident, which took him out of commission for a couple of events. But he's excited, as always, to be back into the mix, back in the booth. So main event, day 2, day 3, and of course the final day. That's the next 3 days of the streaming schedule. It's going to be the usual fun time, especially with this prize pool. Massive stakes to play for. And the closer for the streaming schedule as well as the series is the 2-day high roller. We bring you the day 2 coverage, playing all the way down to the winner. That's going to be on Sunday, August 3rd. King Jack suited, a monster hand heads up. King 8 off, good enough to open on the button. Exactly what Chan seems to be planning to do. 2 green chips, 50,000 in value. Raises to 60, I believe. Combined with the 10,000 small blind, and surely Joe Wong finally looking at a strong hand. Planning to 3-bet. He was a 3-bet machine.
The chip count.
Wants an exact count. Chan stack has been grinded down.
I'm all in.
All in says Joe. And I suspect Chan is going to struggle to call off this one. Theoretically, perhaps one could consider calling if you really want to gamble it up, but King 8 is just too weak, so often dominated by the hands that actually shove, as we see here. The King Jack. A huge differential in the chip count emerges. Ace is good enough for Chan to pick up that extra blind there. Still has a long way to go to overcome this chip deficit. Joe has just been chipping away at Chan's stack ever since he retook the chip lead.
Orange.
Orange, 3 orange. 7 orange.
Joe Wong has been looking to close this out before. Did have a few missteps when Chan was short stacked at the start of the heads-up battle. Ended up 3-bet jamming pretty light when Chan was opening his premiums and actually folding a lot. Hopefully Joe has learned his lesson. Was an expensive one. After all, we're still battling it out. Chan looking to repeat what he did almost an hour or so ago. Mount an impressive comeback. Below the 10 big blind mark. Now 12 big blinds with that pickup. 8 deuce on the button. Jacks for Joe, but he might not get any action. Chan has not been calling these kind of hands on the button, unlike Joe. Disappointing. Four to 1 chip lead for Joe Wong.
Thank you.
Another polite thank you announced from Chan. Makes it a point to thank the dealers. Very kind of him. All those greens, those are 25,000 apiece, have slowly inched their way back towards Joe Wong's stack. Blinds, 10,000, 25,000, 25,000 ante. You can see those 5 blue chips in the middle. An ace and a 10 for Joe, an easy shoving hand.
Orange. Orange?
Exactly what he does. The 9-8 off cannot call. So now Chan officially back down to the 10 big blind level. A 5-1 chip lead once again. Chan has done it before. He can do it again. Rags versus rags, but a queen on the big blind. Excuse me, a queen on the small blind, I should say, on the button, that is. With the big blind ante in play, actually could be the right theoretical shove, but in this case, Chan lets it go. Perhaps not as studied in heads up, sit and go, or MTT poker. The idea is, of course, you want to pick up the big blind and big blind ante. So much of your opponent's range will have to fold. And with Queen 6, if you do get called by the aces and kings, the most likely calling hands, you'll actually have enough equity with 2 live cards. However, that's not been Chan's style, has it? He's willing to give up some of these blinds, and look at this. Perhaps to make my point for me, Joe with the 9-8 suited should be forced to go all in against the 7 big blind stack. And now Chan will be able to call it off with the ace-3 of diamonds. Joe puts out 40, but he's announced raise, so he will be bound to make it at least 50. This is why sometimes you want to announce your action, so there's no confusion. All in, says Chan. And Joe surely has to call this. Never mind. Lets it go. Does not want to be in the same spot as he was almost an hour and a half ago now, where he allowed Chan to get back into the game with a couple of double ups. Very interesting change in strategy. Eight high rags versus 5 high rags. Chan has been consistently folding these, giving walks to Joe. The trend continues. Ten-9 off now for Joe. Once again, theoretically, can be shoving hands like this with the big blind ante in the mix.
Right.
Joe decides to raise. He did this with the 9-8 suited as well. All in, says Chan immediately. Recognizing that Joe is raising and folding. What a great play by Chan. Completely dependent on the dynamics of the last hand. Joe instantly folds. ace on the button with 13 bigs. Does he want to shove this or open?
Raise to
Goes with open. Queen 10, very defendable. These are the kind of spots Joe turned into 3-bet jams at the start of the heads-up battle. This time just a call. King, Queen 4. Joe Wong has outflopped the Ace 3 of Chan. Quick check to the razor. Chan has been religious, as I said before, with the continuation bets. All in, he says. Surely, Joe is forced to make the call here. Has his opponent well covered. Second pair on this board. A decent kicker.
Can I have chip count, please?
Is Chan really shoving kings like this? If Joe makes the call, he will be in excellent, excellent shape.
2 A4.
An 8-1 favorite to take this down. What a play by Chan if it's truly making Joe consider folding the Queen 10. It's a massive overbet. 284 into about 140. 2x. The only draw possible would be Jack 10. Everything else would be a gut shot, of course. Perhaps Joe blocking the 10 doesn't help his case. Wow! He lets it go. That is an amazing shove there by Chan. How did Chan pull that off? If I'm not mistaken, Joe perhaps suggesting he was worried about Queen Jack. Understanding that kings should not play that way. Maybe worried about every once in a while you'll see overbets for value with overpairs. Now, of course, on a king-queen board, the only overpair is pocket aces. Still, certainly possible. I think given how his opponent has played, Joe did not expect Chan to be doing that with air. And certainly I did not either. So who can blame Joe? Not taking that marginal spot. Once again, not wanting to give his opponent the chance to come back in this heads-up match the way they did early on. Yesterday, Gilbert Go in chat was saying, the more worried you are about losing the chip lead, the more likely you are to lose it. Could that be happening to Joe here? That fold could be defining. The chip lead now down to 2.5 to 1. As Chan has his opponent dominated with the king jack off in the big blind. Raise 2, followed by the words all in. Well, how's that? 500,000 in chips now. Almost exactly 2 to 1. 38 bigs to 19 bigs. Still anyone's game, believe it or not.
All in.
All in with the king jack. Blinds 10,000, 25,000. A 500,000 stack is 20 bigs. No more messing around. No more opening from the button. Wants the momentum to keep coming in his direction. Chan goes all in. Joe forced to fold the 10-7 off. Bit risky. It's a lot of blinds to shove with king jack off. You only get called by better. Is that a limp on the button? Indeed. Queen 9 off. Joe hunting for a different strategy. Cannot seem to get rid of Chan, much less make a dent in Chan's stack over the last few hands. This could help. Almost flops his opponent dead. King 4-9. Middle pair, great kicker, backdoor flush draw. What's amazing is these players have run out of time bank chips. They're making quick decisions. Some commotion in the background. Perhaps the drama of the main event. Or in fact, I would venture I hear some lady excitedly shouting at the back. Could be the women's event, of course. If you want to catch up on any of that, by the way, make sure you go to apt.poker. Our live reporting team does an amazing job covering all the key events. I really wonder how many of you guess Chan is the winner of this one. He certainly put up a crazy fight after coming into heads up. 4.5 to 1 chip deficit. Now has momentum on his side. All in, he says again. $529K in the middle once again. If Joe is forced to fold here with just the king 8, you would have less than a 2 to 1 chip lead. Lets it go. Can Chan continue to keep the dream alive? Certainly has the momentum at the moment. 20 bigs to 37 bigs. Pocket sevens for Joe. Monster hand. Raises on the button. The disconnected Jack 6. Joe would be very disappointed to see a fold here, but Chan has been so disciplined. Lets it go. That is so difficult to deal with. It's part of the battle of heads up. Not getting action when you have good hands. So difficult to stay focused. Feels so unfair sometimes. Pocket queens now for Chan.
Raise.
Makes a standard raise. The disconnected king 3 off. Chan has been folding these kind of holdings. Joe is grabbing a lot of chips. Just a call. Those were all 5,000s. Ace on the board. Not super pleasant, but this is heads up. Your opponent's ranges will be very wide.
Raise.
Gets the job done. $35 bigs to 22 bigs. The battle rages on. Dealer giving the cards a wash, I believe that's called. Chan putting up the fight. His buddy, for lack of better words, the duck in front of him. Looking out for moral support. Queen Jack now versus pocket queens. These are both big hands. Another open surely from Chan.
Race.
And now the 3-bet should be coming. Pocket queens.
Race.
All in.
All in, says Chan.
Can I count?
The 4-bet jam. And Joe, for some reason, asking for the count. He should be ecstatic getting his chips in the middle with pocket queens. This could be it. Queen Jack, about the worst hand to have against pocket queens. Chan, with the ill-timed aggression, has stepped into it. Will need a miracle to survive. Here we go. Could very well be the end of what has been an epic heads-up battle. Eight, 6-6 changes nothing. The 3 of hearts gives some hope. The Jack of hearts, of course, giving the flush draw to Chan. Hold, says Joe, and the ace locks it up on the river there. We have a champion, and it's Joe Wong. And Chan, by the way, shaking his head in disappointment.
Thank you.
Letting his emotions show and giving his opponent the fist bump. Good sportsmanship at the end there. There is the champion. Winner of the trophy, the glory, and of course the $1,000 prize. All these players winners in their own right, already having won an entry to the main event.
Thank you.
Joe Wong apparently yet to play the main event. I'm sure he'll be just hopping into Flight 1D. What a battle it has been to get to this point. Joe Wong showing how to do it. Non-stop aggression. I mean, that is one way to come into the tournament. Come in with the chip lead, reinforce the chip lead, and just aggression. By the time we got down to 3-handed, starting from the 5-handed final table, Brian was giving Joe some serious trouble. We saw 3-bets. We saw 4-bet jams with King 7 off. And of course, the battle put up by Chan in the heads-up portion was absolutely epic. That is the level of tenacity these players come in with. I did mention we saw the battle in the Natural 8 Taiwan event as well. And now in the Natural 8 Hong Kong event, it has been unexpectedly ferocious from all these players. Despite the prize pool being on the smaller side, they all come in as winners, having won main event tickets, but they really go for glory. That trophy meaning the most to them, perhaps. And we have one more such event coming your way, the Natural 8 Thailand event, of course, that will be starting shortly. We look forward to closing out the Natural 8 streams in style with that Thai event. Of course, a much bigger field, over 700 players for that one. But for now, we are excited to crown Joe Wong, the champion, and of course, GG to the second place finisher, Chan there. Both, of course, from Hong Kong here at this Natural 8 Hong Kong event, putting on an amazing show for us. And we look forward to more from them, I should say, in the main event from those main event tickets that they won. And of course, from all the finalists of our Natural 8 events who have made it into the main event. For now, we will be cutting to the final trophy ceremony, I believe. And of course, let's take a look at the stream schedule as well. We have, of course, the main event day 2 coming up. The main event day 2 coming up tomorrow, I should say. Next stream is the Natural 8 Thailand stream. And of course, we will be bringing you day 3 and the final day of the main event as well. For now, we will say goodbye to you from the booth. We hope you enjoyed that amazing performance by all these players, and we will see you at the next stream. Till then, make sure you stay tuned and follow us so you always know when we have the next stream. Bye-bye for now.
elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.